on approximately 0.63 acres at at 280 East Palmetto Park Road, to authorize the development of a 9-story, 28-unit, approximately 112,249 square foot multifamily residential building with a maximum height not to exceed 100 feet, with additional architectural features with a maximum total height not to exceed 115 feet, and 2 levels of below-grade parking totaling 40,474 square feet with 61 parking spaces, together with the abandonment of an existing utility easement and including a conversion of uses, resulting in approximately 2,726 square feet of office equivalent development remaining in downtown sub-area C, providing for appealer, providing an effective date.
Thank you very much. Now I'll ask the Deputy City Attorney, Mr. Kaler, to review the quasi-judicial procedure that will govern the public hearings.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. The item today, quasi-judicial proceeding, will be handled in accordance with all applicable laws, including the provisions of the rules of the Boca Raton CRA. Each applicant requesting approval, relief, or other action from the CRA shall disclose at the commencement or continuance of the public hearings any consideration provided or committed directly or on its behalf for an agreement to support or withhold objection to the requested relief or action. A summary of the procedures is attached to the CRA agenda, and a copy of the same can be obtained from the City Clerk.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to ask the members if they have any ex parte disclosures. I'll start on my left with Vice Chair Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it was May 1st. There was an event at it's like the sales office for the Glass House here, where I heard comments made by the applicant and some members of their sales team regarding the merits of this project had were to be built. But it didn't really have a discussion. They were just kind of directing things publicly outwards, and I was in the audience and I was listening. And I believe that concludes my ex parte. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Singer.
Thank you. Some months ago, I was invited to an event, I think a ribbon cutting for this property. I did not attend that, but I did receive that email. And only 10 minutes ago, I was in the audience greeting some people. Among them were specifically John Donaldson, who said he was here on this project, as well as Judith Telekay, who said she lives in the area. And that was the extent of our conversations.
Thank you. Ms. Drucker?
Thank you. A couple months ago, I got invited, the council, to the ribbon cutting for the Glass House. I was not in attendance, and I have no further ex parte.
Thank you. Mr. Wigder?
Yes, I was also invited to the ribbon cutting, but I was not able to attend, and there's no further disclosure.
Thank you. And I also was invited to the ribbon cutting. I did not attend, and no one else has reached out to me about this, so thank you. Now I'll ask, let's see. Now I'll ask anyone who wishes to speak to stand while the clerk administers the oath.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you may give before this public hearing will be truthful and accurate? Thank you.
Mr. Brown, who will make the presentation today?
Jacob German, planner with the Development Services Department, will make the presentation on item 6A, which is DDRI 2302.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. My name is Jacob German, Planner 2 for the city, and I'll be presenting the 280 East residential project located at 280 East Palmetto Park Road. The applicant is requesting an IDA for the authorization of the construction of a 9-story, 28-unit, approximately 112,249 square foot multifamily residential building with the maximum height not to exceed 100 feet with architectural features with a maximum total height of 115 feet and 2 levels of below-grade parking totaling 40,474 square feet for a total square footage of 152,723 square feet, with the abandonment of an existing 10-foot wide utility easement and a conversion of uses within downtown sub-area C. The project will redevelop the approximately 0.629 acre property located approximately 500 feet east of Southeast Meisner Boulevard, south of East Palmetto Park Road, and west of Southeast 3rd Ave, and north of East Royal Palm Road. Property is owned DDRI with a future land use designation of CBD. The project will demolish an existing 8,665 square foot vacant office building along East Palmetto Park Road to construct a new 9-story, 28-unit multifamily residential development. The ground floor of the new multifamily building will consist of a variety of amenity uses for the residents that include a lobby area, mailroom, fitness center, lounge, steam and sauna room, and other support areas. The ground floor is accessible via an internal walkway that is set back and separated from the public sidewalk with landscaping planters and lawn areas. The upper floors will be utilized for private residences, each including 3 or 4 units per floor. The project consists of streetscape improvements along all property frontages, which include East Palmetto Park Road, Southeast 3rd Ave, and East Royal Palm Road. The project will redevelop East Palmetto Park Road to construct a new 8-foot wide sidewalk that will be shifted closer to the building and align with the adjacent sidewalk to the west. Southeast 3rd Ave will be rebuilt. Will rebuild 5 of the existing 7 on-street parallel parking spaces, create a designated loading space within city right-of-way, and construct a new 6-foot wide sidewalk. And East Royal Palm Road will be redeveloped to build 2 new on-street parking spaces and construct a new 7-foot wide sidewalk. Additionally, new landscaping will be provided that includes street trees, shrubs, and ground cover along all of these property frontages. Vehicular access to the property will be provided via a driveway along Southeast 3rd Ave near the intersection of Southeast 3rd Ave and East Royal Palm Road. Upon entry into the parking structure prior to an access gate, there will be 3 parking spaces located along the southern portion of the building, and then 58 additional parking spaces provided beyond the access gate. And the 2 levels of below-grade parking, 58 of the 58 spaces, 44 will be provided in 22 2-car garages that will be available on a first-come, first-served basis to the residents. Each garage will be equipped with an EV charger that residents can install. The remaining 6 units will utilize the remaining 14 non-garage parking spaces within the below-grade parking, which are not reserved or assigned to a specific unit. Nonetheless, sufficient parking has been provided for the project. Additionally, a car hand-washing station will be provided at the end of level 2 of the below-grade parking structure, and this space will consist of a hose bib and drain where residents can wash their car. This project requires 40% open space or 10,958 square feet of open space. The project is providing 11,346 square feet of open space, of total open space, which includes areas open to the sky and covered open space. Shown are the eastern and northern elevations. The northern elevation fronts East Palmetto Park Road, and the eastern elevation fronts Southeast 3rd Ave. The project offers a more contemporary interpretation of Meisner design elements. It utilizes glass to visually lighten the mass of the building, including the use of large windows and glass terrace railings. The terraces are a classic element of Meisner design. The underside of these terraces are finished in a composite wood to add warmth and further incorporate Meisner elements. Additional elements include various stone finishes, aluminum, and stucco. Stucco portions of the building are painted white. Shown here are the western and southern elevations. Southern elevation fronts East Royal Palm Road, and the western elevation abuts the existing Chase Bank to the west. The elevations shown showcase the architectural screen that extends from the ground to the second story. The screen is perforated and undulates to provide an interesting shadow effects. The screen breaks in the middle of the southern facade, meaning one ADA space is screened by a living landscape barrier rather than the architectural screen. While this living barrier meets the requirements of 4035, our urban design consultant, Complete Cities Planning Group, recommends continuing the screen the full length of the southern facade to fully screen all ground floor garage space. This application also includes the abandonment of an existing 10-foot wide, approximately 1,762 square foot utility easement that is generally located on the southern portion of the property. The existing easement is L-shaped and runs approximately 87 feet to the west and 88 feet to the north. There is a 7-foot by 16-foot portion of the easement which projects out from the L-shape near the eastern property line. The existing easement will conflict with the location of the proposed building. There is an existing water main located within it, which services only the existing building. And since this easement does not create a loop system, the abandoned easement will not be relocated. However, a new easement for water service and fire service will be requested during the public works review process. During the analysis of this application, staff found that the proposed project complies with the DDRI development order. The proposed multifamily residential use is consistent and compatible with the adjacent land uses. The proposed project will convert 8,334 square feet of office to 20 residential units of OE development, which staff supports. And the proposed project will construct a new sidewalk along East Palmetto Park Road, Southeast 3rd Ave, and East Royal Palm Road with street trees, and staff supports the abandonment of the existing 10-foot wide utility easement. This project was reviewed by the CAB for a formal recommendation on July 16th and was recommended approval in a vote of 4-0, and the project was reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Board for a recommendation on July 18th and was recommended approval in a vote of 4-0. The Development Service Department recommends approval of the individual development approval application. The city's urban design consultant, Complete Cities Planning Group, reviewed the project and found it to be consistent with 4035. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gurman. Does anybody have any questions for staff? Not this time?
Madam Chair, actually, yes, please.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Singh.
Mr. Chairman, you mentioned that during Planning Works Review that an additional easement would be requested. There are requirements in the development order that they've got to comply and provide something if we want it, right?
I believe so. Regardless, that easement will have to be created, and it would be created during Public Works Review.
Okay, right.
We do have a condition for the administrative process to create that easement as well.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so now we're going to open the public hearing. The petitioner is invited to speak first. He may have up to 20 minutes. And would the applicant like to make a presentation? Mr. Millage?
Good afternoon. For the record, David Millage on behalf of the applicant, 14 Southeast 4th Street, Boca Raton, Florida, 33432. Good afternoon, everyone. Before you, we are seeking a IDA approval to construct a new residential building of 28 units and a conversion of OEs to dwelling units, as well as an abandonment of a portion of a water easement. As Jacob mentioned, this project is located at 280 East Palmetto Park. It's a little more than half an acre. It's within sub-area C of the DDRI, has a CBD zoning district, and is the home of an existing bank, approximately 8,600 square feet. Our project team location, this is located on the south side of Palmetto Park Road, between or east of Miser Boulevard, west of the Intercoastal, as you can see on the slide before you. This is a close-up of the subject property. It currently has two entrances, one off of East Palmetto Park and one off of Southeast 3rd Avenue. As part of this project, the entrance off of Palmetto Park Road would be abandoned or closed, so we would eliminate any conflicts on Palmetto Park Road. These are street views of the project. It's a two-story bank, as I mentioned, and it's rear-loaded with parking. So here's our site plan. The main entrance into the garage is Southeast 3rd Avenue, where we have 61 spaces, while only 49 parking spaces are required, as well as there's additional on-street parking of 7 spaces, 5 of which are on Southeast 3rd Avenue, and 2 new spaces will be on Royal Palm. On the first, in addition, with this application, we are relocating the sidewalk on East Palmetto Park Road. We are now creating separation from the travel lane, which will be a benefit to the pedestrians, as well as this new sidewalk aligns with the existing sidewalk to the west. On the ground floor, we have our lobby, gym, yoga studio, and lounge. All of these uses really activate the ground floor. On our roof, we continue landscape treatment with a variety of ground cover and palms. We have our pool, our spa. We have 2 additional water features adjacent to cabanas, as well as we have other covered outdoor space and outdoor seating areas. Going back to landscaping, this is a heavily and well landscaped proposal with a variety of different trees, palms, mid-story, and ground cover. And now I'll hand it off to our architect, who's going to give you a little description of our architectural inspiration behind the project.
Good afternoon. My name is George Garcia Stromberg, of 2365 Vista Parkway in West Palm Beach, but I live in Boca Raton. I believe that one of the things that is important to note here is that we feel extremely fortunate to be challenged and truly challenged by working on a project that I think addresses what we feel should and can be addressed in the future, which is this urban setting. And I know there's a lot of talk about that lately in the city of Boca Raton. We took this project on knowing that we would be, in a way, setting a course for how we can relive the intention of the downtown area, and particularly the corridor of Palmetto Park Road. And we've seen some hits and misses throughout the downtown area, and I believe that what we accomplished here was an example of how we can do that: the pedestrian, the parking, the views, and truly urban living. I think that this is one of those projects. This is not out in the middle of the suburban areas with views to any golf course or anything. This is a place to enjoy the place that you're in. And so we did that by making sure that obviously the features and the proportions and so on are what the code now addresses. I was taking a drive around this Saturday and or Sunday as well to look at projects, including from a round of golf at the Boca Resort, and looking at what sort of was then and what is now in terms of what we've been able to achieve with the amount of views and glass and so on. It's not about 40% glass or less or more. I think it's about the proportions of that, because today's materials are a lot different, and our capabilities are a lot different than they used to be. So we think it's of today, and that it addresses all the items. I think the renderings speak for themselves. We have views from everywhere. These units are extremely long and have choices where you are within to enjoy all the potential that your location provides. Any questions? Please, I'm welcoming.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for the petitioner?
I will just wrap up real quick. As it relates to traffic, the existing high traffic generating bank will be replaced with only 28 residential units. So there is a significant reduction in the traffic which would be generated from this project. And as Mr. German had mentioned, we are requesting an abandonment of a 10-foot water easement, which conflicts with the proposed building. It does have existing infrastructure in it. It does not create a loop system, and any infrastructure will be relocated if necessary. And we had to answer Mayor Singer's question relating to the easement. If any easement is necessary, it would be addressed during PWR. And the easement is located there in pink. And if there are any questions, would be happy to answer. We have our assortment of team members here if there's anything specific. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Millage. Is anybody, Mr. Wigder?
Yes, thank you. Thanks very much. Beautiful design. And I'm very, very thankful for the separation of the pedestrian from the road. I think that's an improvement, certainly. That could be a future planning initiative for other applicants. With respect to the EV charging, my understanding is that there's a new state statute which preempts the requirement of cities to require EV parking. But I noticed in your initial presentation, I guess you talked about some optionality regarding EV charging. Can you just talk about that a little?
Yeah, you are correct. EV charging is now preempted by the state. We're still proposing to provide the necessary conduit to get to these individual garages, as well as the other EV charging locations for the site. We think it would be a benefit to the residents so that it's more streamlined and simple for them to install their own EV charging based off of their vehicles of choice.
Right, but essentially, because you're not required to do it,
We're
you're doing
not
it.
required, but we think it would be a good addition for the residents based off of the high quality of the units that we're proposing. So
Right.
we think it's going to be a nice addition, although
So-
not required.
Right, it's a business decision.
Correct.
Right, thank you. Thanks very much. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rigger. Anyone else? I just have one, I think one question, maybe two. Mr. Garcia talked about the urban setting and contemplating the whole downtown. Was ground floor retail or ground floor activation for the public ever contemplated in this design?
It was reviewed, however, the choice, the business decision, the choice was to provide additional amenities on the ground floor compared to other places within the building, still with the intent to really provide activation to the ground floor. We think having these amenity uses and to activate really, because with these large pane glasses on the ground floor and pedestrians being able to walk by and see activity, we think it's going to be a nice addition to the property. Although to answer your question directly, I mean, we are looking at this project solely as a residential instead of a mixed-use project.
Okay, thank you. And also on the landscaping
Yes, ma'am.
photograph, I noticed that there were, and you can kind of see it on this one too, are there no shade trees on Palmetto Park Road?
Yes, so within the landscape strip between the sidewalk and Palmetto Park Road, there is existing infrastructure. It's a utility line by the city wherein a typical shade tree would cause conflicts with that existing infrastructure. So what we've done instead is that we've included 3 palm trees that will still provide shade and refuge to pedestrians walking by. It's just, it's not technically meets the definition of a shade tree.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have. So would anyone else like to speak? I have a couple cards. Just want a reminder, if anyone does wish to speak, make sure that you are sworn in. If you're not, just let me know. Mr. K, I invite you up to the podium first. Please state your name and address for the record. You'll have up to 3 minutes to speak.
I'm David K., 327 East Royal Palm Road. I want to preface my remarks by saying that I'm really glad to see additional residential units in downtown. I'm not speaking in any way to oppose the project. However, I have a plea to this developer, this architect, other developers, other architects, and the CRA. As part of a walkable downtown, the ability to walk between buildings instead of driving is very important. As more people live downtown, more people will have friends they choose to visit. When we first moved downtown, we had friends renting in 200 East, and I was shocked that the only pedestrian entrance was through the garage. When the Alina opened, there's no pedestrian entrance. The only way in from the sidewalk is to walk up the driveway. I really strongly believe that developers and architects should be providing meaningful pedestrian entrances directly from the street, covered, or even not, as opposed to having to force guests to walk through driveways. And as best I can tell on what was shown, this building is sorely lacking that. And I would also say that if the drop-off is in the garage, that means someone dropping off a friend after a night out, a limo or an Uber is going to pull in the garage and somehow have to make a U-turn. And it would be a lot better to have a covered, real pedestrian entrance accessible from the sidewalk, with a place for guests and residents to be dropped off. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kay. I have one more card, Joanne Scheller. Ms. Scheller, reminder just to state your name and address, and you'll have up to 3 minutes to speak.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Joanne Scheller. I'm the owner of 200 East Palmetto Park Road, apartments 812 and 816. Respectfully, I'm against this proposal. And I really think that the city council should rethink the urban planning that they're pushing down the throats of all the citizens living downtown. This proposal will put a fifth building over nine stories within a 2-block radius of where this building is proposed. It's architecturally totally incompatible with everything else that's there. The views, and so the density within that 2-block radius is unlike anything else in downtown. I did a quick Facebook post to see if anybody else was annoyed that this building was going up. And within a day, I got 50 other citizens saying, yes, we're annoyed, but nobody listens to us. So maybe the city council can put some kind of survey out or something. But just because people don't show up to your meetings doesn't mean they're happy with everything going on. As for the views, the only view these people are going to have are of my balcony. I'll have no privacy, and they will have no privacy. I estimate that this building is about 100 feet from 200 East, where I live. And currently now, I can see everything going on the TVs at 327 Royal Palm. The Super Bowl is going on, I see at least 12 different TVs showing the Super Bowl. With this building squashed in between, I don't know what I'm gonna be able to see in those buildings, but there'll be no privacy for either them or me. And lastly, traffic. You can't say it's only 28 new residences. The current building that they're tearing down has been abandoned for at least 4 to 5 years. If you've lived there, you know that. And you've already approved at 375 East Royal Palm a assisted living of 193 units that hasn't even been considered in the traffic flow of downtown. So respectfully, between privacy, between the architectural elements not being consistent with everything else, and for the density that this is gonna create, I respectfully wish you would reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schiller. Would anyone else like to speak? Mr. Anjan, were you sworn in yet? No. Ms. Siddons, could you please swear him in?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you may give before this public hearing will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Thank you.
So Jonathan Ungian, 6501 Congress Avenue. Not against this project. Unfortunately, you have no right to a view, I've learned. Unfortunately, the densities in the downtown far surpass this. But what I'd just like to point out again is, so is our maximum density in this city 20 units an acre? Did you ask the developer to consider affordable housing or workforce housing as part of this gift of more than 20 units an acre? So I'd just love to point out the hypocrisies of this city and what it stands for and what it proposes as they talk out of both sides of their mouth. And that is the shame part of it. And to the speaker here, I hope that you're in attendance in the future for what they have for the DDRI 2.0, because densities may even be exceeding the densities that they allow, which they've allowed 115 plus units an acre in the downtown. So unfortunately, as what you're saying, it's not exactly factually correct, but it's not what they allow in any other part of this city. And for instance, in this part of town, the buildings around here, the multifamily, look not much different than the downtown. It's just passing density. And all you're doing is hurting property values and potential future development in the area that would allow it traffic-wise. As she points out, in the downtown, that's 1 lane and 2 lane roads. We got 3 lanes in every direction here. So I think it's about time that this council acknowledges the lack of density in other parts of the city that would allow for such development that would be meaningful, and stop oversaturating the downtown as the people there don't want it. And I know you're going to be coming for more in the very near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rungeon. Would anyone else like the opportunity to speak? Okay.
Madam Chair, I would like to clarify as
Yes,
well.
Mr. Garland.
There are 2 entrances along Southeast 3rd Ave for the project. There's one by the lobby, and then there's an additional one, which is in line with the loading zone as well. So just wanted
Those are
to-
the pedestrian
Yes, 2
entrances?
pedestrian entrances.
Thank you. Okay, one more time for anyone else that like the opportunity to speak. Okay. Would any of the participants in the public hearing wish to cross-examine anyone who provided testimony? No. Okay. So right now I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for a motion and a second to adopt DDRI IDA number CRP-23-02.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Singer.
Second.
And Mr. Wigder. Okay. Is there any discussion from members? No.
I'll just say,
Okay.
thank you. To the resident at 200 East, thank you for coming. We do listen to you. I'm sympathetic to your concerns about views, but views are not a protected category.
Not view, it's privacy. It's not my view.
Excuse me,
Please.
madam, we
Please.
heard you, thank you, and we only have comments from there. I'm
Thank you.
sympathetic to both of those concerns, but neither of those are reasons to not vote for a project that meets all of the other requirements and in fact exceeds them in our downtown plan. You are correct, our downtown plan is more dense. It is a development of regional impact that was approved by the voters back in 1992 and it has been in place for 30 years. It allowed the building that you're in now, and it's consistent with that. I appreciate the design here, and it is a net reduction in traffic. And, you know, for all of those compliant reasons, I'm going to vote for approval. But I do appreciate your concerns. It's just not a reason that under our code and what's been approved by the residents and has been in our code for 30 years is a reason to say no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singer, and thank you for the clarification. It's also the first development with the new guidelines that architectural guidelines that we've put in place as well. All right, any other discussion? No. Okay. Ms. Siddons, can you please call? Oh, Mr. Wigder? Did you have?
Listen, I agree with Mayor Singer. The only thing I was going to say is that, you know, in terms of this project, it's, in terms of 28 units, it's quite a small project, relatively speaking, and they've exceeding the parking requirements. If anything, I think there's too much parking. If we're going to want to get into a future where we really want to have a walkable downtown, I think we're going to have to start reducing the parking maximums, so people are required to use the other modes of transportation that are out there. And like the mayor said, you know, 30 years ago, there was a decision collectively that this is what the downtown was going to be, a more walkable, dense urban environment. And I think this project certainly meets that, especially with the new guidelines. So I'm in favor of it.
Thank you, Ms. Drucker.
Thank you to the resident, Ms. Schiller, for coming out. You said that you had a Facebook, which we did not see, but what I'll say to everyone here and whoever's listening or watching is that we didn't get any ex parte. We had no emails. We would have shared that at the beginning of the meeting. So for those folks that are out there, if there's something coming up that you are not particularly fond of, you don't have to come to our meetings. We're accessible via email. People email us all the time, and that's why we have these full disclosures as to who we've spoken to and who we have not. So on this particular project, this is the first time we've heard, and it was from you, in terms of a resident input and Mr. K today. But again, if you have issues with this or any other issues, we're very accessible, this council. Not only are we all over different events during the city, eating at restaurants, but you could email us and you could call our offices or you could come to our meetings. But I appreciate you coming out and voicing your concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, no. Ms. Siddons, will you please call the roll?
Wigder,
Yes.
Nachlas,
Yes.
Singer. Yes. Drucker.
Yes.
Yes.
Thompson.
Yes.
Motion passes 5 votes to 0.
Thank you, everyone. So now we're going to open the floor for public requests. Ask anyone who would like to come up speaking on matters regarding the downtown CRA. You'll have up to 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address. Mr. Ungen.
So can I ask for the workshop meeting?
Can you just state your name and address
Sure.
again, Mr.
Jonathan
Ungen?
Ungian, 6501 Congress Avenue. Instead of speaking now, can I just do it in the workshop and get 5 minutes? Or do I do 3 now? And it's your workshop, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Ungen, why don't you go ahead and speak now? You're
Sure. All right. So I'd like to speak about code enforcement in the city as a whole, but as it relates directly to the property next door. So again, I'm speaking about code enforcement, which affects the CRA, so and the town as a whole. So code enforcement, corruption. So Mr. Danberg next door has a resolution that was passed in the city council in 2015. It was a mixed-use component which needed the retail component in order to meet its PMD matrix of 100 points. Under the original development order, the development shouldn't have received a certificate of occupancy for the residential until the retail was completed because it needed the 100 points for the retail. Instead, the certificate of occupancy was given in 2017. No retail ever built. The developer sold it less than a year later for $92 million. No retail still sits there. Mr. Shad initiated a code enforcement case in November 2022. The developer disagreed, brought them to a special magistrate in March 2023. The special magistrate heard the case and ruled in the city's favor. The developer appealed the case to the 15th Circuit Court and dropped the appeal. The developer had 180 days to either seek a plan amendment, or i.e. a text amendment, a sponsorship was needed, or 270 days to obtain a building permit to construct. If they did not, they would face $1,000 per day until it was satisfied. They could ask for an extension if good faith was shown prior to the established deadlines. The 180 days expired in September, 270 in December. So it's a little murky as to when they asked for their extension. It was after the fact. I'm still waiting on that. But the fine would run despite of any sort of extension. There was no effort to get building permits prior to or in the penalty phase up until March 8th, 2024, when the next hearing was, which was approximately 90 days after the missed deadline. A fine was set for $87,000. Good faith was required for the extension. The developer's attorney stated that they were only seeking an extension to get the building permit. The magistrate set aside the fines and gave 90 days to get the building permit. For some reason, the city has been negotiating with a developer who lost a code case, was adjudicated, appealed, dropped the appeal, promised that they were only asking for an extension to get building permits, and now the city's willing to allow until April 2026 to get building permits. How does the city ever plan on certifying a fine for non-compliant code with a case such as this? Why does the city feel a developer should now get until April 2026, 610 more days, to merely get a building permit? And how is this in the city's best interest? Code compliance is about achieving code compliance as fast as possible. and I'll be back for the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Truncheon. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on matters in the downtown CRA? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to resolutions and regular public hearings. We have the amendment to the agenda to remove this item. And we are going to keep moving on to, we have other business. We have no other business to consider. So now we are going to go to the director's report. Mr. Brown, with the CRA Budget Workshop.
Thank you, Chair. Stephen Timberlake, the Special Projects Manager with Financial Services, is going to present the CRA's proposed budget for 2024-25. This is to review it in advance of the public hearing at the next meeting.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. I'm going to give you a brief overview of the FY25 fiscal budget for the CRA. So we will start with some of the achievements for 23-24. We completed the Phase 4 signage for the Brightline Station, as well as some wayfinding for vehicular signage, replacing signs on Palmetto Park and 2 new signs on Federal. We also have started the Boca Connect service, which saw, just as an FYI, 861 total riders for the month of July, 861 rides, 1,400 passengers. So that's moving along well. We also coordinated with municipal services to evaluate phase of the Boca Raton Palmetto Park Road connectivity study and study for implementation of a multimodal strategy. So the development order stands with 921,000 feet of office equivalent yet to be approved and just over 1 million approved but not yet built. Of the amount not yet built, that includes over 1,100 units of residential units and roughly 308 hotel rooms. So the upcoming goals is to continue to amend the downtown plan to include specific project details for redevelopment projects in line with agency goals and objectives for the downtown. Continue to coordinate with municipal services on efforts to improve walkability of the downtown area through improvements such as upgraded decorative lighting for downtown streets and pedestrian facilities and infrastructure enhancements at crosswalks. We will also prepare and implement an RFP to analyze and evaluate options to provide an east-west pedestrian connectivity for the downtown from barriers such as Dixie Highway and the railroad tracks. And finally, support the Brine Line train station with funding and design for construction of a platform on the east side of the tracks. So the CRA organizational chart is made up of the CRA board and the executive director, and then all of the other staffing is staffed through an interlocal agreement with the city of Boca Raton. This agreement, last updated in 2009, covers services such as the city manager as executive director, the city attorney as the Boca Raton CRA's legal counsel, as well as city staff from development services, police services, code enforcement, municipal services, recreation services, and the financial service departments, among others. As an FYI, the current budget for the next year calls for roughly $3.9 million in personnel services reimbursed to the city. So the CRA consists of one fund, the operating fund, which funds all of this agency's day-to-day operations through the use of city staff from the departments I just mentioned, including the office for the CRA, and all general administrative plan review, marketing services, the parking meter enforcement services, as well as the day-to-day dealings with the public and the developers. Now, the redevelopment agency has seen significant growth in tax increment. We are up to $2.6 billion. This chart here shows the tax increment growth over the last 5 years. The red on the bottom is the frozen base from the 1980s at $75 million. So that equates to driving most of the revenue budget for the CRA. So for the fiscal year 25, we are anticipating a budget of $26 million worth of revenue for the year, of which the tax increment is funding $22.5 million of. The rest of it comes from our normal fees, parking meters, Meisner Park lease revenue, as well as our general interest earnings. In a pie chart format, you can see the tax revenue makes up the vast majority, or 85% of that total revenue. So on the expense side, we're budgeting a total of $60.5 million worth of expense, 2.5 administrative, parking services for 2.5, and then 1.5 million for downtown policing, small amounts for code compliance, municipal services, a capital outlay of $22 million nearly, and then repayment to the city for city services of $6.5 million. The budget also includes a appropriation for specific redevelopment projects at the year end of $24.95 million is anticipated for the budget for next year, $34 million from this year to next year. So how does that equate on the pie chart? You can see the capital outlay roughly about 36% of the total budget, administration, parking services at 4%, code compliance, downtown police between 1% and 3%. So I mentioned the appropriated funds for future redevelopment projects. There are 3 that we are appropriating funds from this year to next year's fiscal year or beyond. The traffic lighting for $6.4 million or $6.1 million, downtown Palmetto Park Road for $24 million, and then $4 million for CRA roadway and sidewalk enhancements. That totals the appropriation. New projects for 25, we anticipate converting 3 part-time parking people into a full-time parking enforcement person, and then a construction project manager for municipal services that will help us through our CRA project list. The other item we've got on there that's unusual is our parking vehicles have come to the end of their life, so we are going to get specialty parking vehicles that are narrower, that will make it easier to get through Meisner Park during busy hours, and are 100% electric to help with the environment. So with that $21 million worth of capital spend, we have a number of projects that are on our CIP program for the CRA. Everything from downtown walkability improvements for a specific project, hardscape programming, metered parking improvements, traffic lighting and mast arms, downtown decorative street lights, Palmetto Park Road connectivity, as well as walkability improvements, CRA sidewalk and roadway improvements, and the Sanborn Square renovations. In addition, we're anticipating some Meisner Park improvements, our CRA roof replacements, which is comprised primarily around the amphitheater, our parking analysis study, as well as some transit program, Brightline Station, the east-west pedestrian connectivity, starting that, and then the transit orientation. And then I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Timberlake. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Timberlake? Mr. Richter?
Yes, thank you. As you know, we just extended the CRA and the TIF last year, earlier this year. We've had many conversations, some of them offline, Mr. Zervis and Mr. Brown, about how the funds and the overage of the budget for this fiscal year, because now we've amended the downtown plan, will be applied to next year, and there will not be a return of the taxing agencies of approximately $10 million. I just want to confirm on the record that we've done all the proper steps that are required to retain those funds to the city for the use for these future projects.
We have.
Mr. Zervis, do you agree?
Yes, we have. And that was illustrated as the appropriation for specific redevelopment projects, both in this year's budget and next year's budget. That is pursuant to specific Florida statute that requires that those funds be appropriated for specific projects included in the redevelopment plan, which is what's being proposed within this budget. And that will be adopted as part of the budget when that comes before your board next month.
I understand. But just so we confirm, and it's on the record, there is no further budget amendment required to make sure that that overage gets now applied to the special projects that we've approved.
That's correct, pending final adoption of the CRA budget that includes that specific appropriation.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Going to parking meters, I don't know which slide it is. I apologize because the book they gave us is different from these. But on the parking meters, it looks like pretty much that the revenues are static at around 900,000, 930, something like that. Yeah, a couple more back. Right there. So our budget, I mean, is pretty static at 930,000. Our expenses, however, for parking services seem to be going up quite dramatically, and this is, this is certainly a loss leader. And in the 24-25 budget, it's looking at 2.2 million for expenses. I also see that later on in the slides, you had some sort of parking analysis, parking planning study. Can we maybe talk about that just for a second in terms of, we know we don't want people parking here all day, but having the parking meters here and being such a loss to the city, what can we do to improve those things?
So that's a layered question to start with. So that's only a portion of the parking revenue that the CRA, that the portion of the revenue from the parking program is in the CRA, and a portion is also in the city's budget.
Okay.
So I think that's just a piece of the puzzle. For the reason the parking services is going up so much from this year to next year is those parking vehicles will be expensed there, and that's just a one-time every 5 or 6 years. And they are more expensive than a regular vehicle in this case, as well as some infrastructure to make sure we can charge them when we need to charge them and that type of thing. So I think you will see a peak on the expense, and then it will drop back off the following year.
No, thank you. That's helpful. Also, with respect to the next line item, the Meisner Park lease, for this year and last year, I guess it was approximately $3.8 million. Your budget for next year is $1.8 million. My recollection, is that because it's some sort of percentage rent clause, that this is the base rent we're not yet calculating what the percentage rent is?
Yeah, so historically, we have budgeted that at the base rent number, and then whatever we get on a percentage rent basis has been gravy to the CRA budget, for lack of a better way to put it.
Right. Right. No, thank you. Thanks. Yeah, my only comment here was, I think we've been talking about doing some digital display advertising and whatnot. I don't know if that's included in some of the walkability improvements that are here in terms of the pavers and things like that. I don't know if that's just in a general operating fund type thing, or if you need specific recommendations to have those included in the budget.
I'm not sure on the CIP projects if any of them include a digital signage.
Yeah, and
That's something that we'll review as we review the CIP, and I would consider them to be mobility enhancements for the downtown, so they are covered in the general proposals for the year. Don't expect a high expense in that area.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me see. Was there a separate line item for the circuit, for the new circuit system? Is there a separate line item there, or is it just in operations?
It's just part of operations, part of the administrative expenses. It's not a capital program, so it's not called out separately.
Thank you. I appreciate you mentioning briefly in the beginning the ridership. Obviously, myself and I'm sure my colleagues are interested to see how it takes, and to make sure also that we market it appropriately, to make sure that we know that it's available, because I know a lot of people, they see it, but they're not, they're not quite sure how, how it works yet. So I think us marketing it to the public is going to be important as well. Madam Chair, nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richter. Ms. Strucker? Anyone else? No? Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Timberlake.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown, we'll move on to the Government Campus RFQ Scope of Services update.
Yeah, very brief update. We are continuing to look at the RFQ language and evaluate it. I don't have any specifics to bring you today, just to let you know that we're continuing to work on it, and we will report back to you at the next meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Does anybody have any questions on that? Okay. Moving on to the attorney's report. Deputy City Attorney, Mr. Kaler, any reports?
Madam Chair, I have no report.
Thank you. Now we're going to go on to the Commissioner's report. And item A on this is something that I had asked for, and it was basically a high-level visioning session on the downtown government campus. And I thought that since we really haven't had any visioning sessions, and I haven't had the chance to speak with any of my colleagues about what they envision. And there's been a lot of chatter out there recently. I'd like to have a discussion up here. So I have some thoughts, and basically just would like to start out with what is our vision and what do we think the community would like to see. And who would like to kick this off? Okay, Mayor Singer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank you for putting this on the agenda at least before last Tuesday. And I make that note because there was a blog post that had some inaccurate and misleading and downright incorrect information that circulated after the agenda was published and made publicly available. So you were taking proactive steps, and I want to highlight this because that post suggested that things had not been discussed ever before. To the contrary, there have been more than 20 or nearly 20 or more public discussions of this subject since 2016. And I'm looking back at a note I sent a number of residents, and already I understand that in the last, went out about 2 hours ago, and we've already gotten a lot of people thanking us for the correct information, which is we've been discussing this for years. There's no fast tracking. In fact, I think, we started in 2017 with consultants on this, paused for the pandemic, and this has been the top priority for the last 2 years. So with that all said and out of the way, and we're going to have lots more discussion, particularly if unsolicited offers come in, as they may. I've envisioned, and we talked about a goal setting, but the vision was a pedestrian-oriented, transit-oriented community that creates a walkable district on the west side of the tracks, tying into our Bright Line station, that no longer treats a city hall and community center as an isolated moat surrounded by non-active uses, that you would have a mix of retail and restaurant to serve the community. Of course, starting primarily with a new community center and a new city hall to serve our residents. Eventually a police station here or elsewhere, depending on how it works, and then a mix of residential and office to create the type of walkable, vibrant district we've talked about creating in the downtown that is the standard practice elsewhere. I've had a vision, it's nothing on this scale, but my vision was Brickell City Center. If you've been there, it's much taller, don't want that. But you have an exciting mix of uses. You've got sky bridges. We could have a sky bridge potentially creating that above-grade pedestrian crosswalk or connection from the west side of the tracks and the Bright Line station and what would be our new city campus over to the east side and the historic downtown of Meisner Park. That's something we've been talking about, but this would seem to integrate well with that. And if you complete this mix of uses and have a lot of activity at the ground level with restaurants and retail and then the other mixes there, you create an interesting and rich tableau that will create a place and not just create a city hall that is isolated, but a place that we can all enjoy. Meisner Park replaced a dilapidated shopping mall that the east side of which was even worse with a gross retail plaza. And gross is maybe a little overbroad, but substandard retail plaza. And it turned into what is now the picture postcard for Boca for 30 years. We have an opportunity to do the planning now and with partnership from the private sector who can build more efficiently, who can respond to our requirements, who can shift risk to them, to mix all of these uses. We know what we need on the city side, but we're not in the business of building retail or restaurant or residential, and it makes sense to try to take advantage of the proximity of all those things to take advantage of the new gateway to our city, the Bright Line station. So that's a big grand scheme. And also, just from my personal take, I've talked to Mr. Brown, we have those historic banyan trees. They may not last so long, but they do provide they provided a visioning sense for me that you cluster something around a very lushly landscaped area. And, set in the conversations I've had with people who've inquired, it's talking about preserving that sort of canopy, whether with those particular trees or in case they don't stand up, requiring someone to provide a lot of canopy. So we have that pedestrian, not just there, but, line pedestrian streets there. Finally, 3rd Street doesn't connect all the way through. So that might be an opportunity to create some other more non-vehicle traffic because you don't need it for that one block so much. Those are some thoughts. Happy to opine more, but I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. Who would like to go next? Ms. Drucker?
Thank you, Chair Necklace. Yeah, I agree. The mayor kind of summed it up pretty accurately. I think for us, most cities that are not even as large as Boca have gone through their city hall and government centers being redone. If you look to our partners to the south, whether you go to Pompano, whether you go to our partners in the north like Largo, or any of the other cities that are going through this change, where they're having government centers and they're having P3s. City of Doral comes to mind. There's a lot of cities, Hollywood, there's a lot of other cities that have been going through these changes. Our city hall is outdated. We are very behind. We've been having these conversations since before I was up here, and obviously the pandemic, things were stalled, but now we are kind of looking forward to what's coming next. What is next for Boca? Because we, and I always use as an example, I never sat in chambers at City Hall because they were too small, and then we had COVID. The only time I've had meetings have been in this. This is the only city hall that I've known. And we, as a city that we are, we pride ourselves, and all of us attended up here, went to Florida League of Cities. Boca is a pioneer in a lot of areas, and our city hall and our government center is not reflective of the innovators that we want to be and ought to be. So when I hear, and I did read the article, and I'm glad that you brought that up, just misinformation. Nothing is done. When we had our meeting last time, I know what I said. You could go back and listen. I said we didn't want an RFQ to go out because we had a lot of meetings that were set up with many different individuals, whether it be developers, whether it be real estate, whether it be mobility and traffic engineers, architects, about what the downtown should look. And I didn't want to be in a cone of silence where I couldn't listen to everyone. We have received a lot of emails in the past few days about transparency. We're being transparent. We're having these discussions in open forum, and we want your input. This is a very big project that's going to affect our community. We have to find a way to kind of get to the ball rolling and saying that, we need to take our time. Well, the time has come. We are here. We need people to work. We need places for people to work. Our employees don't have a place to go to. Our municipal services building is crowded. Our city hall has had, water intrusion that we fixed. I know I was in City Hall a few weeks ago. We found a spot for me, but there was no one for me to sit. As the elected official on this dais, I want to be able to go to City Hall and have a place to sit and meet with my constituents or others. So the time is here. We haven't made any deals. There's nothing going on in the background that we are not discussing. This is the same process that we're going through, just like when we welcomed the Bright Line. I also heard something about a referendum, and I wanted to ask Mr. Brown. I don't believe there was a referendum on Bright Line. There wasn't a referendum on the Center for Fine Arts. Those are areas that we leased the land out, and we didn't have to have a referendum. So I think there's a lot of misinformation. I'm glad that you put this so we could have this discussion. But there's nothing that's done. It's just that we're getting ready to move, and we're starting to hear traction from people that want to come to our city and continue building on the momentum that we started. So with that, I'll turn it over back to Ms. Nachlas.
Thank you, Ms. Drucker. Mr. Richter?
Thank you very much, colleagues. Mayor Singer, Fran, Ms. Nachlas for bringing this up. If you could get my presentation ready, please. And Ms. Drucker, of course, I appreciate your comments. Yeah, obviously, this is a preliminary planning discussion. We're in the pre-planning phase, in a preliminary visioning planning concepts such as pillars, the government functions on government campus. Mayor Singer said it, maybe some of the functions that are currently at City Hall will not be at City Hall anymore. City Hall is now not the center of our town. We've annexed in western districts, and so the center of town could be something northern. I've mentioned previously here, and I've talked to Mr. Brown about the fact of where do our municipal workers live. We want it to be convenient for our municipal workforce to come to work. Getting downtown might not be as convenient for them if they don't live in the city. So it might be easier for them to have a tri-rail pass or to commute somewhere in the northern district of the city, and we could use some of the commercial real estate sector that's one of the highlights of our city. We could use existing space. We don't have to build it. And we could use this space, more valuable space, for more revenue generating activities that more satisfies the taxpayers' needs to keep taxes stable, which is one of the things that I think we all think about. The things downtown, I think, of course, some institutional, the community service center, like the mayor talked about, and of course, recreation. We're not going to be eliminating recreation downtown despite rumors and falsehoods to the contrary, but we are going to have to reimagine it. And so obviously, like we said, evaluating feasibility and the financial benefit to the taxpayers is going to be critical. The TOD functions in and around the station and the campus, housing, retail, small business, and the mobility and connectivity points, and of course flex use. Maybe some spaces can be used for other things. Of course, some of these things overlap, and some of them should be separated. As the mayor noticed, I started going back to the agenda in previous meetings, and I've said this before in other meetings. There was a significant discussion about the government campus and the plan. I think Mr. Thompson was here at the end of that discussion, not at the beginning, but that plan, again, consultants, all of the city's staff, came up with a plan that was not adopted, but it was really maybe it wasn't quite ready, and maybe it wasn't going far enough. It was just replacing a building for a building, like you said, kind of keeping it siloed, and not activating the site. So rightfully, I think it didn't move forward. But some of the concepts, like we mentioned about east-west connectivity, they're still with us today, and certainly they're still in our strategic priorities today. And if you go back in the years, we've learned a lot of things from this process. So this is not like we're starting a process today. We've started a process 10 years ago. We're learning from this process, and we're continuing to learn from it, adopt the things that we think are important to the city's future, keep walkability and mobility because they reduce traffic, skyway bridges because they reduce traffic. Likewise, our predecessors and the issues that they're passionate about. If you go back and listen to previous meetings, of course, I can never say it as nice as they did, but certainly some of the things that they said stick with me. Of course, Deputy Mayor O'Rourke's, passion for the arts, for culture, and for placemaking are something that are always in the back of my mind when I'm thinking about doing something. And of course, Deputy Mayor Monica Mayot's, her passion for sustainability, walkability, and hopefully Jeff Speck's idea of, the useful, safe, comfortable, and interesting walk are things that we can apply down here. They're opportunities that we can do. So certainly they're with me. But of course, the fourth pillar is where it all started. It's learning from our histories how we can plan this. Okay? 100 years ago, this man came to this place, and in 2 years, he built arguably still the two most beautiful buildings in the city, okay? Which are beautiful, their foundations. This hotel is our Eiffel Tower, literally and figuratively, okay? And so we can also plan some better things for the future. It doesn't need to be ravish. We don't require anything, right? We're here. I'm happy to stay here. This is fine. But all the other city services, it is time for those to be redeveloped because the building is beyond its useful life, right? The roof, there is no more duct tape. There is no more duct tape that you could put on this building. So eventually it needs to be done. But certainly we can embrace our predecessors' history and do those things and create pillars, in our planning stages, right? If we're trying to be visionary. I was fortunate this summer to go to Spain and Paris with my family, and of course, we're always thinking about that we're trying to do something new. But of course, in many other cities, it's already been done before. So in Barcelona, they have, obviously, the amazing architecture of Gaudi, which is just incredible as someone who's in real estate to enjoy. But one of the things that they had was an open-air market. They had a couple in this city, and there's some in Paris, but there's plenty in the United States, too. There was one in Savannah when I was there. But an open-air covered market could be an arts and festival venue, right? Because now, if the Center for the Arts is built, there will be no more place for all of the farmers markets and things like that. There will be no place for them there. So we will need to reimagine where are those functions that the city and the people and the businesses care about, where are those going to happen, which I've said before. It could be farmers markets, it could be small business booths and fairs, but one of the other things that it could be is flex recreation, right? If we have a covered open air market over there, it could be fold-down basketball hoops. It could be volleyball. It could even be, temporary pickleball courts. But the point is you'd be able to do this stuff while it's raining, because it does happen to rain a lot in Florida. So the point is it could be always in use for something productive and potentially even revenue generating. And it doesn't have to be a large space, but when you're talking about 40 acres of land, certainly it could be a gathering point, and it can give people a reason to get off the train. I think that's what we're trying to do here, is take the vision that happened before and give people a reason to get off the train, make it exciting, activate it. It doesn't need to be the Taj Mahal. Certainly, I think this city is about understated elegance, but I think it's something that we can wrap our head around and certainly partner with the private sector to do something good. And absolutely, getting a lot of public input is going to be important. So those are some of my thoughts. I have a very significant appendices with some of the other RFPs that have happened, some of the other issues, previous excerpts from Deputy Mayor's Mayats, other research on other P3s and whatnot, the Margate 50-acre RFP, and of course ChatGPT's work on it as well. So please, for those at home, take time to read it. Give us your comments. Absolutely, give us your comments. There will be plenty of visioning sessions. This is just the beginning, but it's the beginning of this phase, which has been going on for 100 years, not just even 10 years. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ms. Reuter, and I only disagree with you on one thing. You were a little self-deprecating, but I don't think you have any problem conveying your passions eloquently.
Well, thank you.
So no one would ever accuse you of that.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Thompson?
I have a very open mind as it relates to what our government campus should look like. And that open mind extends to where things go. I think we have a sense of what it needs to replace, because we have a couple buildings that are well past their useful life. It matters a great deal to me that our staff have suitable working conditions. And at some point, we're getting past and creeping into the area where it's not that. And it doesn't take much if you go to other cities for us to realize that while we have an elite and very talented workforce, we're forcing them to work in a place that is substandard. We just are, especially relative to other cities. I don't want that to happen anymore. And so far from it, the case being that this is some sort of done deal, far from it. I have a very open mind as to how this is going to happen. But one other thing so it matters to me that we do this in a way that is appropriate for our staff and gives them suitable working conditions, but we have to do it responsibly. That matters a lot to me too. We can't get into the situation where you have, like Mr. Wigner just referenced, the Taj Mahal. I'm not going to stand for that. We need to make sure that we do this in a responsible way, and in a way that is appropriate for our government. But I think it's also important that we acknowledge that this has been a transparent process. We've been having this discussion at least since 2018, which is as far back as I was here, having those discussions about this. This has been one of our strategic priorities for how many years now, right? That now is my son would like to say, it's time to fish or cut bait. Right? It's time to get moving on this. And as long as we continue to do it in a way that provides a suitable place for our folks to work, that does so responsibly, and that does so in a transparent way, as I'm sure we're all going to make sure is how it's going to happen, I think we need to keep moving on this. That is my vision. Now, is that a lot of details? No, but I recognize, and I stress, I have an open mind as it relates to where things go, whether it has to be downtown. I'm not certain that City Hall needs to be there. Certain things may not make sense to have them down there. But we're in the process of identifying a consultant or putting out a RFQ for a consultant that can help us guide that process. That's going to be very important. All of those discussions, when they report to us, are going to be in the public. So this is not going to be a situation where this is going to be an ambush to anybody. It's not going to be a surprise to anybody. It's not a surprise to anybody now. If we've been following along city discussions here, we've been having this discussion for a long time, but it's time that we get moving on it.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Singer?
Madam Chair, thank you. Yes. And by the way, what I said at the outset, because I realized I had some more thoughts, I said almost all of that, if not verbatim, over the 3 days of strategic planning in May. I said it the prior in 2023. This is nothing new. I agree with all of my colleagues. I'm open-minded to a lot of things. I will say that I believe it is important that we have the community-facing City Hall portion, because you've got the back of house and the front of house. I believe the front of house should be on that campus. It's been there historically, even as we've molded our city. And we are getting by here, but I think there's benefit there in creating that kind of use there. If you have some public-facing component there, kind of integrates with the site. But again, I'm open-minded. I agree. I'm not looking for a Taj Mahal, but we need to look beyond a community center that was constructed with an annex before 1960 when our population was 8,800, and a community center itself that was built in the 60s when we were a city of maybe 1/10 of our size. We have grown. Speaking of that specific space, we've been meeting in here, and this is a much more conducive meeting than the chambers from 1964. You can't even fit in there, and we couldn't use it during COVID and even after. You can't walk past the seats. People were smaller and shorter then. I'm seeing a flex space. I'm seeing not a dedicated city council chambers, but a flex space where you're not using it just 4 or 6 nights a week or a month. You have it available to the community for events. People can rent it out. People can hold events there. I discussed that with others. We talked about housing and attracting things, workspaces for our employees and attracting things for our city employees, as Mr. Richter said. I've suggested that if we're going to have housing, since we control the land, that we ought to have affordable housing dedicated for city employees that we make available to city employees. I think that would be a huge ability for, enable us in a major way to attract and retain better city employees, allow us to compete and reflect the fact that we have, while we're competitive on the price market, our city is more expensive than other cities. So I think it will help us retain and attract talent. And because it would be our land, we have a lot of opportunities there to partner with the private sector. I think it's also easier. We've talked so much over years about walkable downtown, a lot of focus on a 5-block stretch from Palmetto Park Road. We've got 13, 14 blocks where we can do a complete redo here and create walkability on a much larger scale. To the recreation point, I think that was a good one. We can preserve all of these recreation uses. If the shuffleboard court, which is not well used, has to move somewhere, I think we can accommodate that, similar for other uses. Hypothetically, and without it, if you build a parking deck, because you're going to need some parking there, you could put retail and restaurant around the first floor and have a high ceiling point. That's kind of a vision. You kind of shield the parking in there. And then whatever the parking deck is, if it's flat on top, you put tennis courts and pickleboards and put a cover over there. So we can retain that, we have the ability potentially to retain and enhance the recreation that's there while creating a better use at the ground level. And we're not, you're keeping low heights there still. Nothing is on the table yet. Everything is on the table. There's no specific proposal, and I'm open to all of these things. And again, this is not the beginning. 2017 was the slide that Mr. Wigner just showed. That's when we hired the consultant and kicked off the latest process. Conversations about City Hall have been going on since 1964. It was expanded and rebuilt in part in 1981 to 1983, and even then there was conversation, which Mr. Brown knows better than I do, about the inadequacies there. So for me, the first focus is about the residents and the community and public space that they deserve, and we can focus a lot of things around there, but create an integrated whole that's greater than the sum of the parts.
Thank you, Mr. Singer. So I had jotted down a few thoughts as well. And yes, I want to agree with all of my colleagues. This is not a rushed process. I know that it's been being talked about for years, and then the pandemic happened. I saw Jeremy Rogers last week who said, yeah, we talked about it back in 2017, 2018, just didn't go anywhere. So it got stalled out, but we are picking it back up. Nothing's rushed. Nothing's a done deal, as everybody has said. Nothing is on the table, but everything is on the table. So some of the things that I heard up here that I really like and agree with, one of them was the flex space for council chambers. Both Mayor Singer and Councilmember Wigner, you both talked about that. The financial benefit to the taxpayers, it is about 31 acres that we're talking about. A little over 4 acres of that is the police department. So it is a lot of very valuable land, and it's an area that may not exactly be in the center of our city anymore, because as we've grown, our center may be moving a little bit further west, but it's definitely the heart. And that is one of my goals and my visions, is whatever happens here, we are not Miami. We are not, even though it's a inspiration, Brickell City Center, you said not the height and everything, but just you find the heart of your city, and we have to be open and look at everything, and we have to look to other cities, like Ms. Drucker said, and like Mr. Thompson said, be open-minded and yes, have suitable working conditions. Last year we had to put a brand new roof on City Hall. We spent a lot of money, but we had rain pouring in. That's unacceptable for Boca Raton. So we have to move forward now. And again, it's not been rushed, but it is time. So some of the things that I had written down were addressing the public needs, including the community in creating a destination and a sense of place that's well connected to its surroundings, including the connectivity to the downtown, the library, the 100% corner, like Mr. Brown calls it, at Palmetto and Federal Highway. Considering the social and economic impacts of the investment into the community, we have to have a positive walking experience that's much better than it is now. I mean, mobility and connectivity are a high priority for us. And so we have this chance now to create something wonderful. I love having this blank slate that we can create, but still not forgetting who we are and where we're coming from. The activated public space, almost like a Boca Raton Central Park. I'm kind of envisioning that with protected and connected walkways and bikeways, and a lot to do. Keeping the banyan trees, those are part of who we are, and working around them. Let's see, shops, courtyards, pocket parks, sense of place, I already said that. Do we consider moving the police station? It's a little over 4 acres. Why would we move it? How would that get funded? I don't know, but that has to be part of the whole conversation. What does City Hall look and feel like? What needs to be incorporated for the future? So on top of a parking garage, I'm thinking, City Hall's 60 years old right now. How many years from now is it going to be before we have, the driverless cars and the vertical takeoff and lifting? And we have to consider all of that. We also have to consider our Race to Zero initiatives and carbon neutral buildings and all those kinds of things. I talked with Mr. Brown about what would recreation services like, what would municipal services like, how about the building department, the space needs assessment, who will take care of operations and maintenance, and recreation services. Like the mayor said, do we keep recreation downtown? What can be portable? Do we keep, what do we keep and what do we move? And where can it go? We're going to introduce cone of silence regulations tomorrow and talk about it at the next meeting. Residential, one of the first things I thought about was we need workforce housing down there. So we need to talk about what does that look like, and in the TOC and other forms of housing down there. May not just be that. Let's see, office space, a possible hotel. The library, do we incorporate the community space? The mayor talked about having the flex space for community space, but do we keep the community center? Do we incorporate that into the library, or do we keep it separate? Height parameters, do we have cascading heights? Do we have the center's the highest, the outside's the highest? What the scale on certain roads looks like, on Palmetto, on Crawford, on 2nd, on Dixie, and what does the streetscape look like? And there's just so much to think about. Obviously, you've heard all of the comments here today. Mr. Wigner said we are in the pre-planning phase. We've been in the pre-planning phase for a while. So we're excited about this, and it should be a good thing moving forward. So we're looking forward to public input and getting this rolling and doing more of this. This was literally our first time that I've gotten to hear what my colleagues are even thinking about. So I was very happy to have that opportunity. That's all I'm going to say for right now. Mr. Singer, did you have something else to say? Or
Sorry,
Ms.
I already went twice, so Ms.
Strucker?
Drucker first.
Thank you, Ms. Douglas, and I agree, I'm happy that we're having this discussion. A couple of things that were out there, I've been a transit champion for this council, and you all have been very supportive of all the initiatives that we've all done in order to get mobility and connectivity, but, some of the things that are going on in the community is like that Brightline is a failure. Brightline is not a failure. Brightline is a private commuter rail that it's used for different reasons. The Tri-Rail is our public commuter rail. From someone that takes the Tri-Rail. I take the Tri-Rail. I take great pride in saying that I ride the Tri-Rail because I do. I live very close to the Tri-Rail. It's affordable. We know that the Brightline is a little bit expensive depending where you're going, but it's definitely used by different sectors of our community. It appeals to other groups. Whether you're a corporate company, we know that they give discounts when we buy multiple tickets. Anything over 4, or I think it's 6, I think it's 4, it's like they give you a bigger discount. So using that rail is different than obviously the Tri-Rail. And that's why when we sit up here and we discuss that all options are on the table, they should be. Because if you want more people coming in and out of the city to work and sometimes even play, Tri-Rail is a much better option, affordable, right? It's a much more affordable option. We've had discussions of the second platform for Brightline, so that might bring in more, where there's an appropriations bill that we have at the federal level that is still up there, and our lobbyists are working on that, and I know that's a mayor's initiative. So maybe we have a second platform, maybe we'll have more stops here. There's a lot of moving parts, but to say that Brightline is a failure, I think it's a complete inaccurate statement. I just booked Brightline today because we're going to Orlando for another conference, and that's the way I'm going to get to Brightline because it's more cost effective than billing the city for the government return rate. So the other thing too, and I think it's coming up tomorrow, and I'm going to look to Mr. Kaler. I can discuss Children's Museum in this public forum. It's coming tomorrow as a quasi, correct?
Tomorrow night's appeal is a quasi-judicial.
But I could still I could still say something about that at this particular moment.
Your comments are appropriate generally, but it's better to have the comments during the record tomorrow evening.
Okay, then, well, I'm going to say my comments actually right now because I started it. So Children's Museum is on that property, and I know the meeting's going to be tomorrow, and we've heard a lot of emails coming through, and I've seen some social media posts. What I can say is, and I'll say this again tomorrow because I started, and I'm just going to say it tomorrow as well. The Children's Museum has been closed for almost 5 years. I happened to be on the board of the Children's Museum when it was open. It's a very costly museum to have open. And what we're trying to do here is move the museum so we could save Singing Pines, which is the original building, which did not sit where it's currently sitting. So I'll say the rest of my comments tomorrow, but I kind of wanted to say that because there's a lot of talk in the social media sphere that we're taking a historic property and moving it from a historic site, and that is not accurate. So anyways, tomorrow we'll have more conversation.
Thank you, Ms. Strucker. Mr. Wigder?
Ms. Drucker, thank you for mentioning Brightline. Yeah, one of the things I just wanted to mention, as you saw in the 2017 presentation, they had an idea, the previous council, the consultants had an idea that this is where transit would be, and I'm thankful to Mayor Singer and the previous councils for getting the Brightline here. Like I said, I think the idea here is Brightline is certainly not a failure. It's an opportunity that we haven't taken advantage of yet, and so it's still just waiting for us to take advantage of this opportunity. I think any other city would be delighted to have a Brightline in there. As someone said, I think any other city would be, and as you can see, this is already happening up north in Stewart and Cocoa Beach and whatnot, that they're delighted to have stations there because they know what it can bring if it's planned properly around it. So I think this gives us another opportunity. And again, I forgot to mention that. Thank you. Thanks for bringing that up. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rader. Mr. Brown?
Yeah, just on Brightline briefly, we were very fortunate through our initiative to be one of the first stations outside the original 3 planned. And as Mr. Wigder said, I don't think it's a failure if we have cities all up and down the connection between here and Orlando looking to get a station. There were 3 cities in competition, I believe, for the one that was currently approved. We know Fort Pierce was in, Stewart and Cocoa. So, we had a lot of competition, so it's clearly a growing enterprise, and I think we'll see much more in the future. And again, I'll say we were very fortunate to have it here. It is clearly being used. It's not really intended to be a commuter service. It's a specialty service, but we're fortunate to have it. We're also fortunate to have a commuter rail station, Tri-Rail, at the same time. And we have them in 2 different locations in the city, which helps connectivity to work as well as play.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. And when we talk about those 2 stations, the Bright Line and the Tri-Rail, staff is constantly looking at ways where we can have better connectivity between the 2 as well, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And although I wasn't obviously on council when the agreement with Bright Line was made, aren't we, I know we've kind of gone into Bright Line now, but aren't we, they're exceeding the number of stops in the city that was in the agreement, in the original agreement, even though they have cut back on some stops, they are still exceeding the number of stops, and it was never meant to be a commuter train.
Correct. The agreement requires them to have the same level of service that they have in Fort Lauderdale, and they are meeting that standard.
Okay.
Perhaps exceeding it. We haven't done any analysis in the past couple of months.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Thompson?
All right, then I'll go round 3, and I normally wouldn't, but this is an important topic. It, again, has been the #1 priority of the last 2 years in a row after 6 full days over those 2 years of strategic planning. So this is, I'm glad we're discussing it. And we have discussed some of this, but this is the first, I think, more recent full-ranging conversation. So again, I appreciate you bringing it up, Madam Chair. A few things. Let me finish on Brightline. We were the first station outside the Core 3. We were fortunate to get them to respond to our inquiries, and they are fortunate to be here. We competed with more cities than just the ones there. And you can't judge Brightline. Brightline has already exceeded their expectations. They've exceeded their level of service, but you can't judge it yet because this is the type of transportation planning that you put in, and you measure results not in weeks and months, but in years and decades. Orlando is not even open a full year, and already we're seeing that. And given what Broward is already doing in terms of planning in their long-range multimodal transportation plan to have the commuter rail going on the FEC tracks and working that out with FEC, and Palm Beach County may soon follow suit, it was so vital that we got this. So we may see the commuter availability from our downtown to downtown there. That the downtown train is how we got Boca Raton in 1925. You needed a train to stop here to ferry people over to then the Cloister. This is what we've had, and this is what's been needed. And that's why it creates a new gateway that's a change from what we've had. It's not just 95, it's Brightline. So all of these planning reasons are so important. I have to say this because people already, I think, misstated things, and I don't want anyone thinking, I'm be crystal clear, and shame on anyone who mischaracterizes. My comment about Brickell City Center was focused on the mix of uses and the elevated sky bridge. It was not focused on anything near that height. I do not want to see that. It was also focused on that you have a rich mix of uses with high-end retail, quality restaurants, Class A office with some of the leading companies, and a mix of residential, both rental and condo. That sort of concept is there. There are many others. Miami happens to be, that Skybridge happens to be the one I'm most familiar with, but you see them in other cities, from Toronto, which I haven't been to in 25 years, to Milwaukee, which connects point to point where I was recently, Minneapolis, where I was 16 years ago. So those are not my freshest examples. The point is you can have things in a Skybridge that create something better than just an overpass. You've got places for people to go, and that gives connectivity to the site and across the east-west corridor that we need. We recently had a P3 summit sponsored by the Association for the Improvement of American Infrastructure, AIAI. They're a group, it's a nonprofit. They presented to city staff and to us. They had, it was a regional gathering because we had mayors and council members and commissioners from across Florida. They happened to host it in Boca Raton. I attended, some staff members attended, everyone could have, but they gave other examples like Mr. Wigner did and Ms. Drucker did about other cities that have successfully used the P3 model to create a much better city hall and community center complex. And think we checked it off. Yes, Brightline, it is a premium offering now. There will be more offerings there, but it's not just focused on Brightline. Brightline is a catalyst that has allowed us to re-envision what wasn't there in 2017 and why that plan really didn't go forward, at least from my opinion. There was just a city hall, that's it. We've got a chance to create so much more of what we want, pedestrian-focused and future-forward. And I look forward to those conversations. If the private sector comes forward soon, we'll have more to discuss, and everyone's opinion will be there. If not, then we'll go out and seek it too. But the time is now. This hasn't been fast-tracked. We're catching up in 2024 what we didn't do in 2023. And I want to thank staff for their retaining consultants to look at this to help us be better prepared in case the private sector comes in so we can understand the economics. I want to thank our legal department for working on thinking about some issues, including one that tangentially relates to this for upcoming meetings. And just knowing that something's coming, so we're going to be ready and engaged. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singer. Anyone else? Final thoughts? Okay. Well, I just want to say thank you again. This was a great discussion. I'm glad we got to have it. And yes, Mr. Singer, I echo your thoughts. Everybody's been working really hard, so I want to thank everybody for that too. So we'll move on to commissioners' reports. Vice Chair Thompson, do you have any report?
I do not, thank you.
Mr. Singer?
I've said enough, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Drucker?
No, thank you.
And Mr. Wachter? Okay. So I do have a very short report because it wouldn't be a CRA report if I didn't include Miss Ruby Riley's list for upcoming events in the downtown. And I want to thank her because in downtown Boca, we want everyone to come early and stay late. So thank you, Miss Riley. Here are some of the downtown updates. On August 28th and 29th at 5 p.m., it's a reunion of sorts at Max's Grill as they bring you Carlos Returns, a Mexican pop-up. For 4 hours, enjoy a special menu featuring the flavors of South Florida iconic restaurant Carlos and Pepe's, which was originally founded by Chef Carlos Pugliese and Burt Rappaport. Get more information at maxsgrill.com. Here's what's coming up at the Funky Biscuit. On August 29th at 7 p.m., Steel and Peaches and Allman Brothers Review. August 30th at 9 p.m., True Rumors, the definitive Fleetwood Mac show. September 5th and 6th at 9 p.m., Awaken, the music of Yes. And September 7th at 7 p.m., The Boss Project. Visit funkybiscuit.com for tickets. The Studio at Meisner Park's new season is starting off with a bang. August 30th and 31st at 7:30 and 9 p.m., comedian and actress Samore takes the stage, bringing her laugh-out-loud style that has sold out shows across the country. On September 1st at 5 p.m., Boca Raton Championship Wrestling makes its return to the Studio, featuring NWA heavyweight champion Tyrus, as seen on Fox hit show Gutfield. WWE Hall of Famer Brutus, the Barber Beefcake, 7-foot giant Jack Talos, and many more of your favorite wrestling stars. September 7th at 6:30 and 8:30 p.m., American Idol Season 2 winner and Grammy-nominated singer Ruben Studdard will perform live as part of the Masterpiece Tour. Tickets for these shows and more can be found at the Studio at meisnerpark.com. On September 5th at 5 p.m., the Boca Raton Museum of Art will host another of their Sunset Sounds concert series. This free event, held in the courtyard outside the main entrance, will feature the dueling accordions with a blend of French, German, Italian, Latin, Russian, and tango sounds. Learn more about this concert at bocamuseum.org. On September 8th at 9:30 a.m., Leslie Glickman, who hosts the popular Yoga in the Park program at Sanborn Square on Saturday mornings, will lead yoga in the museum at the Boca Raton Museum of Art. This program will immerse patrons in vinyasa yoga surrounded by the beautiful and tranquil aesthetics of the museum. No experience is necessary. Learn more at bocamuseum.org. On September 27th at 6 p.m., get your tickets now for the Boca Raton Historical Society's annual Toasts, Tastes, and Trolleys events. This end-of-summer celebration will feature a trolley ride to downtown Boca and Boca Raton restaurants and destinations such as La Sorel, Eddie V's, Mia Rosebud, and more. With light bites, historical trivia, a special toast, and fun to be had by all, get your tickets at bocahistory.org. And finally, the Meisner Park Amphitheater is finalizing their fall season, and it already looks amazing. With the Boca Raton Pumpkin Patch Festival on October 19th and 20th, the Red, White, and Boca Veterans Day celebration on November 11th, the official holiday tree lighting on November 23rd, OAR in concert on November 16th, then Symphonia Holiday Pops concert on December 7th, which tickets are on sale now, and much more planned. There's something for everyone. Check in at meisneramp.com over the next few weeks for even more events and concerts being added. Again, I'd like to thank my colleagues, Mr. Brown, Mr. Lukasik, Mr. Kaler, and all the staff for the input and information during today's discussion about the downtown. And I'd also like to thank everyone who came here today to speak and who've emailed me. A reminder to visit downtownboca.org and to download the My Boca app to keep up with all the happenings downtown and report concerns. And another reminder for any of you who have not downloaded the Circuit app, please do so. Catch a ride in the new Boca Connect circulator. We are getting great feedback, and we hope to share some of the data in the next month or so. And of course, if you have any ideas you'd like to share with me, please send me an email at fnackless@myboca.us or give me a call. I do love to hear from you, and I will get back to you. With that, and with no other business to come before us, this meeting is adjourned at 3:12 p.m.
Good afternoon and welcome to a workshop meeting of the Boca Raton City Council. It is Monday, August 26, 2024. The time is now 3:25. We have no presentations or proclamations today, so our next item of business on the agenda are board interviews. We'll first seek applicants for the Citizens Pedestrian and Bikeway Advisory Board. Do we have any applicants here today? Right, we'll make a note that for this and all other boards, we are also interviewing tomorrow night at our regular council meeting, Tuesday at 6 p.m. You do not need to be present tomorrow night to be considered if you interview today, but of course you are welcome. We'll turn to the Community Appearance Board. Any applicants? Yes, welcome. Please come forward to the lectern, give your name and address, and you'll have up to 3 minutes to tell us why you want to serve. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Tanya Loya, 33 East Camino Real, Boca Raton, Florida, 33432. I am originally from El Paso, Texas, moved to Boca Raton, Florida about 3 years ago, and have been ingrained in the community ever since. I served as an elected official out there in Texas, so when I move to any city that I get to, I always feel like joining a board is necessary. Being in any community involvement just shows you that you care, and you care about the constituents and the people that want to be a part of that. My daughters are here with me as well, my 10-year-old and my 8-year-old, and one on the way. And of course, being part of a community appearance board just gets you to highlight what we can do. Obviously, hearing about what the future looks like for Boca, us deciding what paint color is as important to do that as well. So we enjoy that. I enjoy that. My partner and I have been here, so we look to continue to be in Boca for the rest of our lives, and we're excited to kind of be a part of what we can do for this community. Currently, I serve as a director of business development for a landscape construction company, and I was at the Boca Raton Resort for about 3 years. So the history, I served on their history board with Timothy Holmes, love the historic community board and whatnot, and I'm excited to give my input and feedback and a different perspective to what Boca can offer from now into the future. So this is what I have to offer. I look forward to your consideration, and I'd love to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Loya. Council members, any questions? I have a few. First,
Sure.
Could you remind us, or what elected position did you hold in Texas?
So I served as the youngest elected official in Texas for the Socorro Independent School District, and I served as an appointed committee under Rick Perry, Governor Rick Perry, for a couple of the boards out there for the Border Relations Committee.
Very good. Are you familiar with the specifics of the Community Appearance Board's current responsibilities and what we have been discussing since May about a change in those responsibilities?
So I spoke with Brooke Liberty. She touched base a little bit with what we had to do. She said there were some changes coming up. She was going to send me a packet coming up here soon in regards to what those changes were, so I don't know the specifics. Specifically, she talked about just ingraining with what we have to do versus the downtown to the west side of Boca, and how there are different parameters that exist for those sides. But anything else, I'll be up to date and current. If I do get chosen, I'll make sure to stay up to date with all of those discussions and parameters you have set.
Well, thank you. Well, it's only because you mentioned paint color, one of the things we've discussed is streamlining this process to cut down on the work and give more assurance and certainty to applicants, residential and commercial. So staff should be finalizing their proposal that we discussed in May, which is having a preset set of paint colors and reflection rates, so you're not looking, it's less artistic design by the board and more, you already have an approved set of parameters. So I hope that's consistent with what you would envision doing.
We hope so. I think when we sat on the Boca Raton, the iconic pink building was such a discussion. You know, people painting it, they're like, it's now a different color pink when we were sitting with the resort. So people were so concerned about that. That, of course, standardizing it makes the most sense, right? To say people won't be rejected because of this type of parameters that are set. So standardizing something and making them straight across the board would be really beneficial for now and the future for that.
Okay, well, good. All right, thank you. Any other questions, council members? Thank you for your application, Ms. Loya.
Thank you all. Have a great day.
Thank you. Any other applicants for CAB here? All right, and we will turn to the General Employees Pension Board. Any applicants here? Yes, please come forward, give your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Aaron Lally, 401 Southwest 15th Drive. So in 3 minutes, I'm going to tell you who I am, why I'm qualified for this role, and why I want to do it. So Aaron Lally, live in East Boca with my wife and 3 kids. I have 3 girls, 2, 4, and 6. I'm a partner with Makita Investment Group. So what does Makita do? We are a national pension investment consultant. So just like I know the two pension boards in Boca engage with third-party consultants to provide advice and governance, that's what my company does. So I work with about a little more than a dozen plans in the Southeast and attend and present at probably 40 to 50 pension board meetings a year. So I think I'm uniquely positioned to help this pension board with what I see across the Southeast, across a number of pension plans. I'm also active with the Florida Public Pension Trustees Association. That's a group that has about maybe 500 members, public pension trustees across the state. For the last 7 or 8 years, I've taught a class at their trustee school to a group of new trustees every year. Hold a degree in economics and a number of designations, including the Chartered Financial Analyst and Chartered Alternative Investment Analyst. So why do I want to do this? Got 3 kids. We're here to stay. Not looking to leave Boca. Trying to find ways to get more involved in the community. Not really interested in politics. So this board, I think, is a perfect venue where I can share some of the knowledge and expertise I've developed over the last 16 years, and also benefit from the board and learning more about the city and the people that are helping make decisions for my family. So thank you for your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lally. Council members, any questions? Mr. Wigner.
Thank you very much for your application, and certainly your qualifications seem considerable. Just as a standard procedure, have you considered, in terms of and evaluated if to make sure that there's no potential conflicts of interest with your current position or with some of your speaking engagements or other associations as with this position?
Yeah, so yes, I've considered that, and I've discussed with my company's compliance department if this is even doable. They say it is. Essentially, by joining the board, I will effectively eliminate my company's chance of, working for the board. So I recognize that, and that's totally acceptable.
Thank you for looking into it and checking with your compliance department. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Further questions? Mr. Lally, how did you find out about this particular vacancy?
There's an existing board member that I've met at these conferences and had lunch with, and he has been recommending that when there's a vacancy, I should pursue it. So he shared it with me, and following up.
Thanks. Who was that?
Rob Saffer.
Thank you. And then you said that you had attended 2 city advisory board meetings. Were they of this board or another board?
The Police and Fire Board. So many years ago, we were part of a finals and request for proposal to be the consultant for that board. We were not selected. We actually presented in this room before you had this big stage, and this was just like a multi-purpose room. But so there was one meeting here and another meeting, I guess it was down in the government buildings there. I don't remember which one it was. This was 6 or 7 years ago.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for your interest.
Thanks.
Again, we'll make the appointments tomorrow night. I believe that's it. That's all for General Employees Pension Board. Any applicants for Marine Advisory Board? Parks and Recreation Board? Yes, Mr. Nelson, welcome.
Good afternoon. Keith Nelson, 841 Park Drive East. As a resident of the Barrier Island for over 20 years, I feel I may be able to bring a different perspective to this board. The beach parks are also my neighborhood park. In the July City Council workshop, it was mentioned that some of the beachfront parks were in need of renovation. I spend many hours a day in the park, walking the trails every morning and most evenings. I'm walking probably 6 to 7 miles a day. And if anyone hasn't walked the Gumbalimbo ramp, it's a great exercise and a great view, and you go at sunset, you're the only one there. Maybe not, maybe the secret's out. But regular walking is one of the best exercises, and due to health issues, many people can't participate in the organized sports that are offered by the city. I feel Parks and Rec can do even more to encourage walking in our parks. I presented some of my ideas to the Beach and Parks meeting at the recent meeting, and Brianne Harms shared my ideas with Director Greg Stevens. So I'm very interested in contributing into making our parks even better and more engaging. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Council members, questions? Right. Thank you for your interest.
Thank you.
Any other applicants for Parks and Rec Board? All right. Permitting and Construction Review Board. We are still looking for an architect and an electrical engineer. Please call your friends and neighbors. We may have to change the composition of this board. It's not meeting yet, but it will perform important functions. We've actually, we welcome your canvassing others. All right, that concludes our board appointments. We'll now turn to item 3, public requests. I do have one card from Mr. Chris De Silva, who I don't see in the chambers, but perhaps he's outside. If not, he can come back after. Anyone else who wishes to speak? I know we have at least one person. Mr. Unjin, why don't you come forward? Anyone wishing to speak and under public request, please give your name and address. You know, of up to 3 minutes.
Jonathan Ungean, 6501 Congress Avenue. So before I get to this, the one thing I'd just like to ask, I'd heard recommendations about moving the downtown City Hall in this area. I heard discussions about how Brightline's a failure and that Tri-Rail is the commuter rail. Again, when talking about this area's development, 20 units an acre in the city of Boca Raton is nothing. That's why you don't see development unless they're passing density. Passing density is the only way residential development happens around here. Otherwise, it's just not feasible. So I just again ask this council to think about that. And maybe in this area, increasing the units per acre to something that's more suitable for this city's future. So again, I'd just like to reiterate what happened at this for Jamie Danberg. I'd like to hopefully have you have a discussion, because this is going to be appearing at the September 11th special magistrate hearing. So first off, I'd like to point out, none of your special magistrates are from the city of Boca Raton. I think that's important, because what skin in the game do they have? So when they're then asking and they're certifying fines and things like that, you certified a fine for $50,000 that they had levied a fine of $150,000 at the last meeting. So you levied a fine of $87,000 to Mr. Danberg from his noncompliance. For whatever reason in the agreement that Mr. Brown has agreed to single-handedly in backdoor meetings at City Hall, what was an adjudication instead has turned into a negotiation, and now the goalposts have moved dramatically. So there is no sponsor for a text amendment, and the reality is building permits should be issued and should be immediately done in the most time-consuming manner, time-urgent manner of 90 days, let's say, for what realistically should be. So in the last special magistrate hearing, the attorney stated multiple times they weren't seeking a text amendment. What I fear for with an April 2026 date is that there will be a new council member up on this, and this will indefinitely turn into postponement after postponement, because there will be another election before April of 2026. So that's not fair to the community who was promised this as part of a development that needed this component in 2015. So again, I just don't understand how this can be. I know it sets an absolutely terrible precedent for all code compliance in the future, that you cannot comply, come back to another future meeting and say, let's negotiate this thing. I can't understand it. I don't understand how it's in the city's best interest. And where I talk about corruption, the last city mayor
please
almost ended
conclude?
up in jail. Okay? The reality is what happens in these backdoor meetings. There shouldn't be any. There shouldn't be backdoor meetings.
Mr. Ungin,
Thank
time's
you.
expired. Mr. De Silva?
I would not like to give my address because of the scenario I'm in. My name is Christian. If I'm inaccurate, it can be adjusted, and I apologize. Motor unit, I'm just saying that randomly. Thank you for allowing me to be here and everything else and speaking. I also think Meisner can look good, better, and continue improving, not degrading. It does look good. It's a little risky, but you gotta take a risk sometimes. Okay, brief overview of what is to come, how it's supposed to go, or how it can be. Addressing the council for future ideas and changes, I feel law enforcement should have to perform in civil litigation, civil matters, and open discussion, which is their whole purpose, how I feel, in the Constitution. You do criminal, but not civil. You do not do banking, but you do mental health. When did you get to pick and decide? Outside and inside court in civil and criminal, you must be available or have a department that deals with civil for $70,000 plus a year. You can perform all tasks. I showed and others have shown that it is possible. Have a pay reduction to pay them $30,000 a year because I'm sorry, but they do not perform to the standard I expect. They mess things up on purpose and try to get out of stuff. But I probably would too if my higher ups in government were not stepping up and concerned about and more concerned about corporate world, not you guys, corporate world instead of reality. You don't do civil, you don't do banking, nor divorce, but you do traffic, criminal, and mental. Your mask mandates was a civil issue, and you all were involved. I hate to tell you this, but you all are not allowed to not make sense. And if you don't, I gotta slow down for a second. If you don't have enough sense, gas can be unavailable at the gas station, like Salone, or that day that everybody forgot about when we had no gas. I feel now it should be. I feel how it should be mandated. I feel like now it should be mandated that police perform in civil to stop criminal, prevent and preserve freedom, and it is clearly in the Constitution, a main purpose of our Second Amendment. If it's 70,000, you can do it, or 30,000, and split and match categories in different departments. You guys love tricks and loopholes. The Ninth Amendment says the rights and laws not stated or for and towards the citizens. I can bypass local legislative because of this loophole, and legislative are not.
Mr. De Silva, sorry to interrupt, but your time has expired. Could you please conclude?
All right. Loophole and legislative are not bill or law creators for the most part, but really a representation of needs in the people they represent. I'm almost done. In their district, area, and territory. Here's another trick. This is not
Mr. De Silva?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. I'll be back tomorrow.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to make any public request of the City Council? All right, thank you. This concludes the time for public requests. Mr. Brown, could you just clarify a little bit, please, because the situation with the magistrate on the matter that was referred to earlier, the magistrate directed the parties to confer. Could you elaborate, please?
Yes, the magistrate, the city presented to the magistrate certification of $87,000 worth of fine. The magistrate after the testimony that was given by both parties at that particular hearing, directed both parties, the city and the alleged violator, to go see if they could work something out that would resolve the matter. I'm summarizing. I was not present at the hearing and I haven't read the transcript, but that's basically what occurred. City and the alleged violator subsequently met on a number of occasions to see what could be worked out. What is in the proposed stipulation is what has been agreed to. It will put some finality to the situation as it currently exists, provide specific dates for compliance. If those dates are not met, there are 2 dates that have to be met. If those dates are not met, then we will be back to certify fines.
Thank you. Further questions? No? Ms. Nicholas?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have some comments on that, but I was going to save it for my report.
Okay, you can save it for then. Thank you. Ms. Rucker?
I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time, because I definitely have some comments. Do you want the report, or do you want it on the Danberg issue here?
Why don't we save it a report?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, thank you. That concludes public requests and the review. We'll turn to review of regular agenda items. This is an opportunity for council members to ask questions concerning tomorrow night's agenda. Mr. Thompson, we'll start with you, please.
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Nicholas?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rucker?
No questions.
Thank you. Mr. Wigner?
I have asked the deputy city attorney, to look at one of the items on the agenda, the billing for one of the law firms that's asking for an increase tomorrow. So I guess in advance, I'd like that pulled from the consent agenda, but that would be the only question that I had.
Certainly. And Mr. Rader, was that 9C for Lewis Longman Walker or 9D for Weiss Sirota Helfman?
Weiss Sirota, I think, is the second one.
Thank you. 9D is in David.
9D, that would be the only concern I have.
All right, thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We will pull that tomorrow. I'll make a note. And I have no questions for tomorrow night's agenda, so we'll take it up then if anything comes up. We'll now turn to item 5, future agenda matters or items of council or public concern, of which we have none. So now we'll turn to item 6, city manager reports, and we have a number of reports, starting, I believe, with our emergency management update. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Christine Mucci, our emergency manager, is going to give a brief emergency management update, and I hope that she will also give us a little summary of her experience in Suwannee County with Hurricane Debbie.
Welcome, Ms. Mucci.
Thank you, Council. As stated, my name is Christine Mucci. I'm the City of Boca Raton's emergency manager. I've been here for a little over 2 years, and I've enjoyed my experience so far. No storms have happened during my time frame, so I think I have a good track record so far. I just wanted to start out with kind of what emergency management is. Many people in Florida think emergency management is all storm related, but we're actually an all hazard approach to the, disasters. So we take anything from mass casualties, city event planning and being proactive, to of course storms and everything. So emergency management is not necessarily the response to a storm. I'm not out there holding back floods or stopping crimes from happening, but we're providing the resources to the people on the scene so they're able to do what their response is in an organized manner. Emergency management has 4 phases. There's the mitigation phase, which is more of a prevention aspects. There's preparedness, and it's plans, actions taken to prepare for an emergency. There's the actual response phase, which is what everyone's typically familiar with, and there's the recovery phase. We'll go into more detail of what the city does in these different phases later on. As I mentioned before, emergency management is definitely an all hazards approach. We do anything from cyber attacks, work with the IT department on what our response structure would be for in the event of cyber attacks, while also working with them on mitigation efforts to prevent it from happening. Facility security, preventing people from just walking up into employees' offices so that there's those security measures in place. Also adding a new security guard to the front desk area to help prevent that as well. Event coordination, mass casualty, and weather-related incidents. So the first step that we're going to talk about is mitigation. As mentioned before, mitigation efforts are sustained actions that serve to reduce the occurrence of incidents and their impact. Some major things that we do are environmental projects. So this includes beach renourishment as well as sand dune maintenance. So our municipal services does that on a regular basis to make sure that the beach is renourished. But then post-storm, we go out, we do a pre-storm assessment as well as a post-storm assessment to make sure that we are returning it to what it was before storm. Sustainability projects, flood reduction projects, again with our municipal services, drainage projects, as well as constant maintenance for our flood and drainage systems. Storm ready, so about a little over a year ago, I worked with the National Weather Service to get the city storm ready certified. What this means is we do protective measures, we have an alerting system, and we also have a monitoring system. We're actually the only city in Palm Beach County to be storm ready certified. The county as a whole, emergency management has it. I know airports have it as well, but we're the only municipality in Palm Beach County to get that. So it's a big win for us. We also are part of the local mitigation strategy committee. That's working with cities across the county. We're actually in the process of finalizing our 2024 LMS strategy plan, which will be presented for approval here. It just got the state's approval. These are projects that by being a part of this committee, we can submit projects for mitigation. So when a storm happens to us, funds are given to affected areas as well as the state as a whole to be given out. And we can use those funds to help fund mitigation projects throughout the city. And then as all of you, I'm sure, are aware, we also are part of the CRS project, which is put in place to help lower our flood insurance rates for our residents. And they recently went through a whole review process and everything, and they're waiting on FEMA's final approval because we've improved our rating this year, but they're waiting for FEMA's final approving to announce that. The next phase is disaster preparedness. This is the phase that I like to focus on a lot because while response is fun, I like to be, the preparedness part is more fun for me. This includes things such as creating plans, public education, trainings and exercise, and all these are essential to the preparedness phase. So these are a few plans that we've been working on the past few years. There's the debris plan. That's things from what's called the first push. So right after a storm happens, our municipal services and rec services and utility services, they go out to make sure that the roads are cleared for emergency access, as well as we have access to our lift stations. So we have that first push access, but then also the longer term process of gathering the debris after the storm and making sure that it's disposed of correctly and working with our contractor for that. We have their distribution plans, so that's in the event we need to distribute water, food, tarps, and essential supplies to residents, we're able to do that. Reunification plan, so this is one of our non-weather related plans. This is in the event of a mass casualty or a big incident. It's reuniting those people that were affected from the incident with their loved ones. And we've worked with PD as well as our FD to work on our reunification plan, where we have different buildings throughout the city identified as our locations. So it's a matter of pulling out a plan, and we have a whole kit that's created that has forms, caution tape, pencils, pens, and everything, so we could do the initial 100 or so people that show up, and so that it allows us to do it a lot more quicker. We also have our city employee shelter plan, as well as our emergency donation process. So this is, emergency donation is in the event an incident happens within our city, and we decide we would like to collect funds for our residents instead of Joe Schmo setting up a GoFundMe. We decide that we want to do that. We've come up with a whole process on how we would do that and what that would look like. And then we also have our Florida Recovery Obligation Calculation Program, which is put on by the state, and actually I'll go in more of that with our recovery phase later on. So another big thing is our public education. This is anything from city events. So we participate in we have booths at different city events, as well as social media. So you can see there we have our pet preparedness social media. We also just posted about the emergency supplies tax-free holiday that the governor has put on, and it's actually taking place from now through September 6th. So hurricane supplies are tax-free during this time. We also participate with library hurricane events. So every year we participate in the STEAM through September with the Rec Services program, and we do a Hurricane Chasers program with our residents there, where we get them to build their hurricane preparedness kits as well as know what a storm is. Every year we also partner with WPBF for their hurricane kickoff presentations as well in their meteorology department. And then we also do HOA meetings. This past year we've finalized a debris agreement with HOA companies. So in order for us to legally go and remove debris from private property, we have to have an agreement with them that they're indemning us from everything and they're not going and seeking reimbursement for actions we're doing. So we're working with HOAs to get them to sign on pre-storm so that it's quicker for us to be able to do it in the event of an event. But that also would apply to building damage, so not just for storms, but if, knock on wood, a building collapse were to happen and we were to handle the debris of that, that agreement would cover that as well. Trainings is something that I have been really big on this year. So there are 3 different types of trainings that we focus on here. There's what's called the tabletop exercise. So that's where a bunch of city leaders will gather around and we'll basically talk through what our plan is. So this past year we did mass casualty, flooding, point of distribution, and cyber incidents. And so those were our tabletop exercises that we did. Those tabletop exercises allow you to talk through a situation, see what we have in place, what we don't have in place, what we can work on, and everything like that, to then get to your functional exercise, which is what next. And you can see in the bottom left-hand corner, that's what I did for our pod or point of distribution. I put up maps and gave sticky notes on how many tents, tables, chairs, cones, and everything that we had, and they had to place them strategically where they would. And then I would throw things like, oh, we got a delivery of shipments in the middle of operations. Where's that going? So then they'd have to move the tables on how they would do and everything. So it allows you to really walk through all those incidents that could happen while not having the stress of actual moving parts. And then in the top right, we were able to do a full-scale pod exercise this year where we went to DeHornley Park. We distributed about 300 boxed lunches to city employees, and this allowed us to test our traffic flow of what our layout was, as well as get employees the practice of actually distributing food to people with that kind of less stress environment of an incident. We also were able to do a functional EOC exercise this year where everyone came in and we were operating as if it was 2 to 3 days after a storm happened. So its initial life safety has stopped. Now we're clearing roads. Now we're, restoring our utilities back. And what does that look like? And I threw injects at them like, the mayor needs an update right now. How are you giving an update? Or a press release is needed right now. So marketing had to write a press release to get it out. Or, we're thinking of limiting access to the barrier island. What does that look like? So then we were able to talk through that in a more realistic environment. So response is the 3rd phase of emergency management. And like I said, this is the one that gets the most highlight oftentimes. There's the leading up to the storm that's happening and the news gets all on it, or the initial what we call bang of an incident, and that's what's everyone's responding to. And typically this phase of emergency management occurs between 1 to 2 weeks long. And one thing that we did work on our operational structure was this year is in our Emergency Operations Center, we introduced what's called the Incident Command Structure, or ICS. That is a nationwide structure that allows for multiple agencies to seamlessly work together. No matter, like, we can work with Palm Beach County, we can work with Broward, we can work with Monroe County if they're coming over for mutual aid or we're providing mutual aid. So by doing this incident command structure, it allows us to focus on the 4 major areas, which is finance, so it's cost tracking, as well as reimbursement tracking. Logistics, which is making sure that we have all the resources and needs for the responding personnel. operations, which is what we're all used to, and then planning, which is instead of thinking about what's going on right now, we're planning for 1 to 2 operational periods in advance to make sure we have the resources for what will be going on then. As mentioned by George, our city also participates in what's called deployments. So in the event something happens within the state of Florida, our police services, utility services, fire services, as well as myself, have responded to different agencies to provide mutual aid. The police services went over to Sanibel Island for Hurricane Ian in 2022. They sent a whole bunch of people over there to help with road closures as well as traffic diversions. Our utility services went up to the Panhandle in 2018 to help out with Hurricane Michael and restore their water systems over there, as well as some of them went over for Hurricane Ian to the West Coast. I went up last year to Taylor County for Hurricane Idalia. It was me as well as about 20 others from South Florida. We're called the Southeast Regional All Hazards Incident Management Team. That's very long on a t-shirt. But we were all deployed up there. We were their EOC up in Taylor County. They're a very small county, and so they only had one emergency manager, and they didn't have any supplemental staff like we do here. So we were able to help them up there. And then this past year, I just got back from Suwannee County and helping out with Hurricane Debbie up there. That community has experienced 2 hurricanes and a tornado all within under a year. And so they, not only were their resources limited from the beginning, because their county's about 45,000, but they're also going through that exhaust period of, oh, another thing happening. So not only were we there, there's 4 of us from down south, 3 from Pasco County area, and 1 from Walton, and then about 18 others from a private company that were all deployed up there to, again, help run their EOC and try to help them stay afloat with all the things that they've been going on with. The last phase is recovery, and this is often the longest phase. It can happen anywhere. Recovery basically starts right after an incident happens and can last up to 2-3 years after, depending. The main thing that happens during recovery is community resources. That's initial things that go out. That's any distribution supplies that we need to get to people. That's setting up assistance centers so that if FEMA individual assistance has been activated, we're able to bring FEMA to the table so that they can get their help. We bring our permitting department so that we can expedite any emergency permits for their houses, as well as any businesses. We bring in SBA to help out with any businesses that need disaster loans and everything like that. And our debris operations are obviously community resources. Then there's city infrastructure, so any building, facilities, operations, roadways, those are all those restorations of those things are taking place during the recovery phase. And then the big part of recovery is reimbursement tracking. So that's anything from FEMA to state grants to federal grants to what I was mentioning is the state's FROC program, Florida Recovery Obligation Calculation Program. So with this program, before this program, the typical reimbursement process was the entity incurs the costs, then they submit all the paperwork needed to FEMA, then FEMA takes their time reviewing it, and then eventually, between back and forth of why'd you do this, why didn't you do this, they obligate the money to the state of Florida. Then the state of Florida takes their time reviewing it. And then oftentimes up to 5 years after the city or entity finally gets their money. Meanwhile, this whole time, the entity has to try to stay afloat with whatever funds they still have. With this FROC program, once the money is obligated to the state, by participating in this and doing some preparedness activities, we can get up to 80% of that money reimbursed to the city once it gets to the state while the state does their review. So it'll at least expedite a good portion of the amount of money that we can get. So what can the residents do? We obviously encourage the residents to stay connected with the city. The most important thing you can do is follow us on social media, as well as subscribe to both our emergency notifications via myboca.us/alerts or our city notifications, myboca.us/notify-me. Another way is to go on our myboca.us/hurricane guide. With it, of course, being peak hurricane season, we encourage everyone to go in and complete your hurricane preparedness checklist to make sure that you're prepared for the event of an event. And you can also get involved with our new city CERT program that's run through our fire department. That's the Community Emergency Response Team. And you go through some training with our fire department to be able to help out with any incident that the city faces. And then here's some pictures from our preparedness activities, as well as from my deployment and trainings and everything that have gone on. So with that, any questions from anybody?
Thank you, and thank you for preventing hurricanes the last 2 years. Please keep it up. Council members, any questions? I have one. I know CERT is run through fire rescue, and we recently had some classes. Do you know any more information about upcoming classes?
I do believe the next classes are in October, but I know you can go on the website to find out for sure.
Great, thank you. All right. If there's no further questions, thank you for that. And then
Thank you, everybody.
Mr. Brown, Public Art Program update, please.
Thank you. Veronica Hatch, our Public Art Coordinator, is going to make a presentation on the work that has been done and what is planned.
Your mic's not on.
There we go. I'm new to this, so thank you. Good afternoon, esteemed council members, mayor, city staff, and workshop attendees. I am Veronica Hatch, Public Art Coordinator for the City of Boca Raton. Today, I will share information about the program's progress, highlight accomplishments, share current initiatives, and short-term plans. One of the first things that we did was to form the PACT, which is the Public Art City Team. This was originally formed to maximize the city internal resources, open multiple lines of communication and perspectives, and also to work to align the program with wider strategic planning goals. The focus of our group is to identify shared objectives, provide recommendations, and assess various needs. The plans of the future are to develop a public art work plan, including programs, guidelines, and site selection, pilot a project-based selecting panel comprised of PAC members and community members, and research funding mechanisms for public art. Brand development. Along with Communications Department, we develop a fresh identity to solidify the program's brand. This tool is to provides updates to the public, and provide and gain feedback, and to be a resource for artists, creatives, and the community at large. This will include upcoming call to artists, links to downtown happenings, amphitheaters and community events, as well as arts and culture partner events. We also were able to inventory our public art collection and create an interactive public art map, GIS. As part of the city's public art program plans to preserve, maintain the public art collection, we're working with rec services and facilities to continually document, research, and inventory installations throughout the city. This first step of documenting public art was a drive to work with specialized GIS specialists to create the first public interact map for the city. This app is designed to enrich the cultural experience of all visitors and residents in the area. As of now, the app highlights public arts that are within the city, funded publicly or within the city, and also with plans to add public art within the public realm. It also, I'm happy to say that it will highlight the city's libraries' work that they do to highlight local artists, as well as their public exhibitions. The city, working with the Communications Department, we were able to do a press release, which of course put public art on the map. As you can see, those are all the traction that we gain in terms of media. We're very excited, and we're very excited about that. Community input is an ongoing and integral part of the program's development. The first step was to launch a public art survey, which provided community feedback, supports the development of the program, and also helps cultivate the cultural and aesthetic vitality of our city. Some of the things I would like to highlight from over 1,013 respondents today: 82% of our respondents believe that public art is important for the quality of life of Boca Raton. 89% consider the purpose of public art to beautify the streets and our spaces. 67% thought public art creates welcoming spaces. And to highlight just two types of public art, the respondents consider landscape art, which is paths, planters, and fountains, and functional art, seats, shades, and lighting, to be one of the kind of top picks. Upcoming community outreach events and educational programming will expand on thoughts on public art, types of works, site selection, and the role of artists. Partnerships. We continue to solidify strategic partnerships with cultural organizations and the private sector to increase program outreach and participation. The city participated in an organized tour, as you can see here, that was hosted by Palm Beach County's Mosaic. We hosted a Mosaic familiarization tour, which highlighted the city's attractions and supported our community partnerships. I was delighted to host the share and share our wonderful city with Palm Beach and Broward art and culture influencers. Now, moving on to more partnerships. Miami, as part of expanding our Centennial Ode to Boca Poetry Initiative reach, we met with South Region representatives within the school district. With news to share, we received wonderful feedback from our superintendents, and we plan to implement Ode to Boca to all Boca-based schools starting in the fall. So this will not only solidify Ode to Boca, but spread the word throughout our community and schools. Public art projects that will stem from this partnership, Ode to Boca, will be plastic poetry on city property, as well as digital banners and signage in private spaces like the mall, Meisner Park, etc. Best practices. I was able to attend the 4th International Placemaking Week in Baltimore. This was an immersive experience meant to engage attendees throughout hands-on sessions, workshops, tours, and networking. This will assist me with continued research on best practices, as well as networking opportunities, master plan consulting, funding, and grant resources that should come from county, state, and national levels. These also will provide and will continue to inspire innovative strategies to enhance the city's public spaces and experiences. I'm happy also to share, and please save the date, and join us to provide your input on public art on our next community conversation. This event will feature a panel of local community arts and culture and placemaking experts who will speak on the vital role on public art by enriching our community and creating a sense of place. The talk will be followed by the most important part of this community conversation. It's an input workshop session about public art in the city. We're hoping during that event to have strategic themes throughout the tables and workshop these ideas and expand on the public art survey input during this session. Now let's move on to current initiatives. The Sugar Sun Mosaic Mural is a partnership project with the Greater Boca Raton Beach and Park District to commemorate its 50th anniversary. This mural will be a permanent and sustainable approach on vertical surfaces. Is a mural which hopes that we can create a mosaic mural throughout the city. This is a commission-based artwork, and is being created by nationally recognized artist James Prosek. This artwork will speak about the interconnectivity of organisms in the local environment, including the Loxahatchee River, Everglades National Park, and the native environment of our beautiful city. You'll be able to spot on this mural species including the sable palmetto, mangroves, spoonbills, ibises, zebras, butterflies, osprey, tarpons, and more. This is just a little snippet of James at work. He has done extensive work on motifs that include flora and fauna. And so very excited to bring him aboard and reveal this mural at the Sugar Sun shortly. As part of the council initiative to activate the park, we're planning to bring an interactive temporary exhibition to the Wildflower Park. These frame houses resemble porch swings where people of all ages socialize in playful spirits. Artists Hector Esraue and Ignacio Cadena were inspired by lively street markets around the world where human connections are made every day. These red frames illuminate within, demonstrating the warmth, comfort, and safety of our homes. This exhibition will be facilitated by CRAOS. Another initiative is actually still waiting for Palm Beach County permitting review, and it is the Wildflower and Silver Palm connector. We have so far re-engaged the artists and proposing a revised mural concept that will showcase a fuller range of the city's parks, the city and the parks' environmental diversity. Under one of the public art centennial-related initiatives, we also are engaging with a local manufacturer to bring the Boca Raton welcoming sign as part of this idea to bring the past and the present and the future together. So one thing just to consider for this project is it should be a permanent project, and determination where this project will be is still under staff review. We also are working with internal staff to bring a public art project. We're hoping perhaps to be more of a fountain revitalization and working internally as well as to propose a public art project for Sanborn Square. The plan here is to commission an artist to envision a playful, site-specific mural and asphalt work that aims to tell the story again of the city and its beaches and all the places and parks that we have throughout the city. So these are the two locations, which is under, you'll see that splash pad that's a little bit worn, and hopefully one of the facades, one of the walls, either west or north-facing walls at the Wildflower Park. And one of the last initiatives I'm presenting today will be as well to commission an artist to create a work that we call fiber work, which is to bring flags or sails, again to align with the centennial for past, present, and future, and sails and flags that will be right on the center of the South Beach Pavilion at the end of Palmetto. And those flags and sails will also represent the beauty and the colors, and will align with the centennial style guides that we have determined. 24-25 work plan. We're working on developing guidelines and an ordinance with hopes to create a project-based selection panel, which will be a way to pilot and working with PACT and community members to select artists for upcoming projects. We also are continuing, and this is on progress still, assessing and maintaining this existing murals and artworks throughout the cities, as well as focusing on centennial-related initiatives. Art that reflects the identity and history of our city, enhances the quality of public places, promotes local culture, and creates a sense of place. As evidence, as we talk here and hear about what other cities have done and other support, the potential of public art attracts visitors, boosts confidence, quality of life, and possibly impacts the city's economy. So with that, any questions? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hatch. Council members, any questions? Ms. Nicholas.
Mr. Mayor, I don't have any questions, but I want to say thank you. I had asked for this presentation, and I'm so happy to hear all the initiatives that you have planned, and all the ones you have on your list or all the ones I was hoping to see on your list. So very excited for this upcoming year, and thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you all for having me. Have a good evening.
Further questions? I just want to say thank you, too. We had only recently talked about restoring that mid-century modern sign, and you've already executed a design in living color, so thank you, and for everything else.
Thank you,
All right.
Mayor.
Thank you. Now we'll turn to the CIP highlights and overview. Mr. Brown.
Thank you. Jim Zervis, our Financial Services Director, is going to give a brief CIP highlight and overview of what is planned for next year's capital improvement program.
Mr. Zervis.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. As mentioned, we're going to provide a brief overview of the CIP plan that's tied in with the budget that'll be coming back before your board September 9th and then on the 23rd for formal adoption. And so the CIP document was distributed to you all. It's a fairly large book. We're going to take a high-level look at some of the big projects that are coming before your council this next year and kind of what this looks like for the next several years. This book, as well as the operating budget, are available to the public online on the city's website. So if you go to the Financial Services Department, into the budget section, you'll find these documents in more detail as well. So this is the capital improvement project for a 6-year period of time, starting with 24-25, so the fiscal year that starts October 1st. But it includes 5 out years. So this is really a planning document, a long-range planning document to help guide our operations. It ties into the citywide needs as well as your strategic priorities and is funded by a number of different sources. So you can see a list here of different funding sources that contribute, namely an 8% share of the ad valorem taxes, property taxes, that is, infrastructure surtax, 1% from our utility taxes goes to fund the CIP program, as well as outside agencies, so the Boca Raton Beach and Park District, as well as sewer and water revenue. So there's a wide variety of revenue sources that come in to fund the different projects included in this plan. It is developed based on citywide needs, balanced with council's strategic priorities. The department heads all provide input into this program, and ultimately it comes before the city manager for review and recommendation to your board. As mentioned, it is really built around advancing the goals and objectives that are memorialized in your adopted strategic focus areas and priorities. So like the operations budget, what you'll see in this presentation and throughout the CIP program is that every project that is being proposed ties in specifically to one or more strategic focus areas and priorities. So just for review, there are 7 strategic focus areas with several priorities listed beneath them: community safety, financially sound, vibrant economy, and quality of life, each with one or more specific priorities. And those priorities in bold there are actually referenced as we look at the specific projects that we'll be reviewing today. The last 3 focus areas are world-class services, transportation and mobility, and growth management. So taking a look for the 6-year period of our capital improvement program, what you see is over $1 billion of projects are included in this program. So this is a very large and ambitious plan. And this is, again, a 6-year period, and that is $6 billion really plus the vehicles and machinery component that comes in on top of that. And in reality, it's likely that, very likely, that we'll actually be investing more than that in the community. So if you look at a timeline over the 6 years, you'd see about $287 million of that is actually planned for this next fiscal year, 24-25. These projects, by their very nature, usually take more than one fiscal year to build and complete. And so the out years in this plan have between $100 and $150 million currently slated. Those are things we know about. But every year as we move forward and update this plan, we're adding to it and we're building upon it based on needs, based on council priorities, and based on funding sources that are available. So it's more than likely that that $1 billion will actually be a bigger number by the time it's all said and done. And what you see on this slide in front of you on the bottom portion is really a breakdown by department. So although municipal services accounts for 48.6% of that total, that includes the fact that municipal services oversees the construction of projects that go to benefit a wide variety of our different departments. And so that's all encapsulated within municipal services. We'll look at some of those specific projects for this next fiscal year and which priorities that they're advancing. But you can see utility services and the rest of our main operating departments here that make up that $1 billion. These next two slides really show all of our funding sources. So as mentioned, the CIP program is really funded by a variety of local, state, and federal investments, different funding streams. And so these show where this is coming from. I would say the top 5 here, I know these numbers are small, but hopefully you can see them on your screen. The top 5 sources account for 74.33% of the total. So really, the bulk of it is coming from those top 5. Those 2 of the top 5, numbers 1 and 2, are both utility related. So this is water and sewer infrastructure. So this is funded through our rates, and funded through other sources, but primarily investments in infrastructure and water and sewer. That's about 42.37% of next year's investment. Number 3 is $31 million from a revenue bond that'll be supported by the sanitation department to build a facility. And the fourth, or those are really the top 3. General fund revenue is the 4th at 10.75. So our general fund contributes about 11% of revenues that go to fund the CIP. And then the 5th is building permits. So what I want you to kind of take away from this is that all of those are local. In fact, if you look at the top 10 categories here, all 10 of those are locally generated revenue streams that go to fund improvements within our community. So in fact, you don't get to an outside source until you get to number 11, and that's the IST. That's the first non-local source. So those top 10 account for 90.02%. So you have 90% of our CIP just off the top 10 is locally funded. So when you look at all the work that's being done, the heavy infrastructure, the improvements that you see here, those are local tax dollars, local rates that are going to support improvements within the community. Looking at the 24-25, so as I mentioned, we have about $287 million worth of improvements coming just this next year alone. They will likely spill over into the following year just because of the workload and getting everything done. But these are included within the budget for fiscal year 24-25, and these are the things we're going to be focused on. I'm going to go into each of these different categories. You can see on the bottom it's broken down by department. I am going to take a minute to highlight some of the main projects within each one of those departments here and give your council an idea of what it is we're going to be focusing on and what to expect within the community in this next year. So again, about $276 million of this is projects, and then another roughly $11 million is in capital equipment and vehicles. These aren't cars and pickup trucks. These are fire trucks and kind of big pieces of heavy machinery that we've included in the CIP. So the first department we'll take a look at is police services for 24-25. The CIP includes $3.8 million of projects and about $1.5 million in vehicle and equipment. Those key projects you can see at the bottom, and each one of these slides is formatted the same, so it will show some key projects. And then on the right-hand side shows the funding sources. So where is the money coming from in order to complete these projects? The two key projects here being the public safety de-escalation and accountability technology investment, and then the public safety information management system upgrade or improvement project. In the Fire and Rescue Services Department, there is roughly $1.9 million of projects and $3.6 million in vehicles and equipment. That project being a station alerting system replacement. So that's the systems that alert our first responders when they're needing to respond, an upgrade in that system, and then 2 new fire trucks coming hopefully soon, but being ordered at least and paid for within this budget. And you can see those on the bottom, 2 pumper trucks. In municipal services, again, this is a large category. I think I have 2 slides here that illustrate the almost $35 million of capital investment in projects, plus $4.1 million in vehicles. So some of these big ones we've talked about many times. Your government campus master plan, transit-oriented community project that we've been speaking about here this evening. That is one of the key projects in this. It is one of the higher profile projects. An expansion to the base building that is in here as well. That's been talked about quite a bit as well. And then the railroad crossing at Jeffrey Street expansion is another higher profile project that municipal services will be overseeing as well, supporting transportation and mobility. Also in municipal services is the Northwest-Southwest 4th Avenue widening project and the downtown walkability improvements, both focused around that transportation and mobility strategic initiative, and then Sanborn Square renovations and activations, and alternative energy projects. So what you'll see throughout all these slides is really hitting on each one of the different strategic priorities that the council has adopted. But these are some of the larger projects that will be taking place or within municipal service, or higher profile, maybe I can say. Utility services, we don't necessarily talk about these a lot, but there's a big investment here, and there is every year. Almost $126 million worth of projects and $840,000 in equipment. And this is just, as a reminder, this is just 24-25. So we have $1 billion in total, almost half, $500 million going into utility services. Here's $126 million being invested this next year. And this really does keep this community ahead of the curve. When it deals with heavy infrastructure, there's not a lot of talk and kind of buzzwords around it, but when you see communities that fail to make these investments, it goes really poorly, and it really hampers not only quality of life, but our ability to invest in economic development and grow the community strategically if you don't have the infrastructure in place. And your council in this community has done a very good job of keeping pace with that. Here are a few of the projects that Utility Services is investing in. So rehabilitation of water and sewer systems based on the critical infrastructure assessment. And there's a few communities there where you see those improvements. Also under Utility Services, we have wastewater treatment facility improvement. So this is rehabilitation of lime softening and water treatment facilities. And so that's another one of the key projects, as well as a wastewater upgrade and replacement expansion, replacing, upgrading, and expanding of the wastewater treatment facility to meet state and federal regulatory compliance. So I think that concludes the utility services overview. And finally, recreation services. We have these numbers, again, they look small, but remember, municipal services oversees a lot of the physical construction of parks. And so even though these dollars look small, we still have big investments in parks here in Boca. And recreational service master plan will help kind of outline those investments for the future and what those future investments look like, as well as some playground renovations taking place as well. Information technology, we have a $9 million investment in 2 main areas, public safety CAD and record system. So that's the public safety software and systems that drive that, as well as phase 2 of our financial system enhancements. This is really building upon the ERP, the Oracle ERP implementation that's been completed, and now there's kind of a round 2 of additional improvements and enhancements to optimize what we're doing there. When you look at our capital investments in the CIP by strategic priority, so if I total all those numbers that we just looked at, both the orange, which is the $1 billion, or the blue, which is the $287 million investment in fiscal year 24-25, this is how it aligns with your strategic priorities. So those codes at the bottom, we couldn't fit all the names on here, but those reference the initial slide if you're interested in seeing where those investments are. This slide hopefully illustrates that we are focused, where we're focused on achieving those strategic priorities and how those investments look from a financial investment over this year and the next 6 years. That concludes my overview. We do, as I mentioned, have a lengthy budget document for the CIP that includes detail on every project that's included in the next 6-year plan. That is, again, available online on the city's website. We'll be back before your board or before your council on the 9th, talking about the budget and having a budget workshop. This, going forward, will be a part of that broader budget discussion. And then we'll be back on September 23rd for potential adoption of the budget. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Zervis. Council members, any questions? Mr. Wigner.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Zervis. And we've been corresponding back and forth over the last several days, weeks, months, et cetera. So I appreciate everything you did, and obviously the transition between Linda Davison and yourself. I'm very pleased that you guys have been working so well together. So I just want you to know we appreciate it. With respect to the funding of the projects, you mentioned briefly that there was a revenue bond of $31 million just for this year. But looking, just the page that I'm looking at is page 19 of the big book. Well, it looks like over the next 6 years, you have slated out here $106 million and change for bond initiatives. Can you explain a little bit about our bond practice here, and especially with interest rates being a little bit higher now, how we're being maybe a little conservative on that?
Sure. So there are some projects that we look at bond funding. Those are typically large, heavy infrastructure projects that we're going to pay for over time. And there's a couple different, some of the projects, for example, it might be, just as an example here, the rail crossing at Jeffries. That's a significant investment. We don't know how much yet. What's in the budget now is just to start that project and get to the point where we have some better estimates on what that looks like. And one of the thoughts around, or one of the philosophies around how you finance these kinds of major infrastructure projects that are going to be in use for the next 30, 50, 100 years is to spread out the cost of those to better align with the people that are actually going to benefit from those. So part of it is financing and how do we pay the cash for it. There's an equity discussion also about who pays and when, because people are going to benefit from those investments over a significant period of time. So we're always trying to look to recommend to your council the best way to structure that and balance the cost of financing given the interest rate environment, the costs that we give up in having money invested and in our own portfolio, and also the equity balance of how we align that to those benefiting, and what opportunity costs we give up based on how much cash we decide to put down on a large project like that. So as we get closer to any kind of bond issuance, obviously we would have much more detailed discussions with the council about what that looks like and what projects may be considered for that. I think the last bond that this council or this city did was for libraries and fire stations. So that's a good example of the kind of community investment that was bond financed. We have very little debt in this city, and that's a good thing. And we intend on keeping that way and being very strategic about when we recommend access those capital markets. And frankly, that shows in how well the city's been financially managed over the years, and the fact that it's one of the few communities to enjoy a AAA bond rating as a result. So we are intent on maintaining that status, and I hope I answered your question, but it is in the plan to cover potentially some of those bigger infrastructure type projects. We're not talking about fire trucks or short-term smaller investments, playground equipment. We're talking about major type of infrastructure investments.
No, thank you. I appreciate it, and certainly being fiscally conservative, and respectful of the taxpayer dollars is of paramount importance. So I appreciate, the sincere look and consideration. Thank you. Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you, Mr. Zervis. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown, Economic Development Plan? I see
Jessica Del Vecchio, our Economic Development Manager, is going to give a brief update on what the plan has been doing and where we think we're going to be going.
Thank you, Ms. Del Vecchio. And I know we've all seen your slides. Just would ask if you can keep your presentation about 10 minutes or so, because I want to allow enough time for questions, because I know we have some. Thank you.
Absolutely. No problem. We'll go through, and then any questions, we can obviously take as much time as you'd like. So Jessica Del Vecchio, Office of Economic Development, and we'll go through as quickly as we can. There are about 7 core strategies to any economic development plan. As you can see, business recruitment, retention, expansion, workforce development. I'm not going to read them all to you. But that's for any...
You don't have to rush. I said about 10 minutes. Don't feel pressured.
Okay. So this is for any city or any municipality. They have all these core strategies that we all utilize. We all utilize them a little differently depending on our community. And I'll go into kind of what we do, why we do it, and how we do it. So business recruitment, everyone's very familiar with this one, where we identify, contact, and recruit companies in our targeted industry to corporate relocate to Boca Raton. This is the biggest portion of the news, the press releases that come out, the new companies. We work really closely with commercial real estate developers and property owners. Economic development is a very relationship-based sport, I guess you would call it. It's a team sport. We have people in the field, tenant reps that are representing companies every day. That's their full-time job, is to bring companies into commercial space, and we want to let them know that we're here and we're available to help them. Major portion of business recruitment is site selection. We have with the relationships we have, we know commercial properties that are on coming up that are available that are not on CoStar, but we also offer CoStar available commercial properties on our website. This is really big for a city. We pay for this service. It's like the Zillow of commercial real estate, and we geofence it to Boca Raton, so people anywhere that are looking for space in Boca can go onto CoStar and look at Class A, Class B, close to 95, whatever their parameters are. Again, we don't charge for that service. We pay for that because we want people looking at our city. Another thing that we're doing to recruit business is to develop 2 sustainability incentive programs. We're in the midst of this right now with our Office of Sustainability. This will allow us to not only attract clean tech, green, and sustainable companies because they hear what we're doing, it also improves the infrastructure of our office space. We have a little bit of an older inventory that over the last 5 years has gotten drastically better, but these types of improvements really get us on the map. Business recruitment, we attend industry conferences. The first one is really important. We meet one-on-one with national site consultants. This is a conference we do annually for the most part, except through COVID, obviously. We sit down with 20 or 25 national site consultants that are currently working corporate relocations or planning to work corporate relocations, and there's 20 or 25 of us, economic developers. We pitch our city, why they should look into Boca Raton. We get to do a presentation about Boca, and again, one-on-one. It's about 36 or 48 hours of intense one-on-one meetings with these executives, like JLL executives across the country. We have some outreach we do to the finance industry in the Northeast, and we just ordered some jump drives that look like credit cards that we will be using for mailers. The classic jump drives you can't mail. So we're loading up with all our information, and we're sending it to the same targeted list that we got through our first outreach that we did probably about 3 or 4 months ago in partnership with our communications team. You guys all know we do the sponsorships. The ESPN, the Boca Raton Bowl gives us 3 commercials, and the James Hardy Pro Football Hall of Fame International on the Golf Channel. We've been able to negotiate out of our office 4 extra commercials, so we're up to 7 commercials through that program. They're very good partners of us. It's kind of the target market. We want the people that are watching that golf tournament to see that we're in Boca Raton. It's beautiful, and there's companies around surrounding the whole golf course. We are currently in the midst of working with a recruitment company. They will provide services for us to take a proactive approach to have office attraction and retention. This would require a dedicated staffer. So a blueprint for action would be developed, and to be implemented, we would have a full-time staffer dedicated to putting this to work. We are currently working 3 confidential projects. We partner with the BDB on we're Project Turtle right now. Innovative solutions you all are aware of. We did that probably about 3 months ago, where they committed to creating 30 jobs at $125,000 average salary. We wanted to show some graphs to give you an idea of what, kind of the outputs and the outcomes. So we have 3 projects we're working. The potential of new jobs for those 3 projects is 1,000 new jobs. We've had, over the last year, new business starts of 715, the 2 sponsorships, the 10 commercials, and the 5,000 financial firms based on zip code in the Northeast. Business retention and expansion, this is probably the most important This is definitely the most important aspect of economic development. It's not me saying that, it's the industry standard. 80% of all new jobs come from the existing businesses you have. We do a lot of ombudsman work where we work with permitting and zoning. That's a lot of work that we do that all we're doing is handing it off, so we don't do a lot of the heavy lifting on that. Our permitting and zoning team does, but everyone in the community, in the business community, knows us, so they give it to us, and then we kind of work on it with them. We have great partnerships with the Comcast and FPL. We've had companies come in ready to go, and they don't have power, just on their floor. They're taking over the 7th floor. We had an attorney taking over the whole 7th floor of the building, big law firm, and they could not get power to their to their floor. So we help with that just by business relationships. We do a business survey. We just started this with the research park at FAU. We are partnering with communications on this. Really want the feedback. How are people finding doing business at the research park? That helps us gear programming. Then we'll do it for Tech Runway, and then eventually through BTR, which is our business tax receipt department, where we'll get everyone who has a tax receipt, get their feedback and see how we can implement some new strategies and things to make sure everyone's happy doing business here. Small Business Development Center, the SBDC, we work very closely with them. We do CEO peer-to-peer meetings. These are super important. They don't sound like much, but when a CEO or an executive is coming to town and we tell them, Boca's great, you're going to love it, they like to hear that, but they don't want to hear it from us. They want to hear it from those that are doing it and doing it well. So we tend to introduce them to one new CEO in the area so they can kind of get a fresh eyes perspective, and then an existing CEO who's been here about 5-10 years. And we want them to be honest, like tell them everything. We want no surprises. We want people to know what they're coming into in our community. We do the milestone acknowledgements and ribbon cutting ceremonies. We've recently been asked to stop doing these events just to give us more time to do other things. But we kept it in here just to make sure you see kind of the impact of what we do. And again, why we do it. So permitting and zoning, everything that we're showing here is the last 9 months, unless we say otherwise. So 8 companies were helped, 17 peer-to-peer introductions were done, 9 ribbon cuttings, 9 milestones, CEO videos, and then the 1 business survey, which is going out probably next month. Here's a look at innovative solutions. So we did our first press release on our ribbon cutting and on their programming, and you can see we had almost 500,000 impressions on that 1 press release. So it's free publication, it's not pay for play, and just wanted to show the impact of that. After site selection, workforce development is probably the most important thing that we work on. We want to make sure that the misconception that we don't have the workforce or the talent here, where we do. We work with Lynn University, Palm Beach State, Florida Atlantic University. We're working with FAU right now, the engineering department, on like a reverse pitch competition where a company will help them find companies that are looking for solutions in cybersecurity or AI, and then the students will come up with a solution. And this is great for the students to get practical experience and great for the companies. So we're helping with that. The Palm Beach State College, Dr. Williams, has really been great with the community. And our biggest partner with workforce is definitely Career Source of Palm Beach County. State-funded program, hiring needs, on-the-job training grants, which are great for companies looking to expand their existing workforce. Here is a snapshot of what we've done over the last 9 months. We've had 2 job fairs. We have not done one in the summer. We don't do them in the summer. A lot of people don't show up, to be honest. We've helped 95 job seekers, 27 companies, and 15 direct introductions. Not everyone wants to do a job fair. They want to work directly with the universities. This is from Career Source. From the last 5 years, jobs increased by 7% just in Boca Raton, from 130 to 139,000, outpacing the national growth of 4.3% by 2.7%. That is a really drastic increase in jobs for a city of our size. And there's the workforce, the MBAs and bachelor's degrees. Entrepreneurship, we are lucky. We have a great entrepreneurship ecosystem here. We have primarily eight regional stakeholders we work with. They're all listed there. In the interest of time, I'll just go through it. And as you can see, we have stakeholder monthly meetings. We put together the ecosystem monthly meeting probably 3 months ago with all 8 or 9 stakeholders there every month. We talk about what's going on, what events are happening, because they were having trouble with people having more than 1 event a week, and it's not it's a close-knit ecosystem. So we put that together. Before that, we didn't have anyone, excuse me, doing those types of meetings. So very important for us. And we did the business summit with the Palm Beach State College Entrepreneurship Club and Endeavor Miami. Here's a look at entrepreneurship, business panels, co-branding of podcasts, regional partnerships, startups assisted, and our accelerator program. We have data on data. I know a lot of people here love data. We analyze commercial leasing and sales activity, Avison Young, CBRE. Our favorite is Colliers, and I'll tell you why. They break it down by submarket. So they'll say Boca Raton East, Boca Raton North, Boca Raton West. So very important information, and then we put that out into the community. Here's our leasing activity over 2022, 2023, and 2024. I think you've all seen this before, but we wanted to include it. Outpacing everyone for 22 and 23, kind of equal with everyone in 24. West Palm Beach has 600,000 square feet of office space coming out, so we will see them kind of charge. Our collaborations, I think we went through this. Here are our partners. And we did 10 presentations with 9 partners, and we got in front of 1,700 people, which is great. Great use of time. I'm just trying to go through pretty quickly. Branding, local branding, Boca Mag, Boca Tribune. We do the airport social media initiatives. We brand our office. We don't market for the city. We want to let people know we're here, we're approachable, we're here to help them. And national branding, South Florida Business Journal has a branding that we do for 5 markets, and forthcoming Zillow. So 7 local initiatives, 7 national. And here's a look at our reach in the last 9 months. I think I mentioned that. National branding in the thousands, and I think that's everything. Vibrant economy, this is our new priority, which we'll be focusing on, and want to make sure that you guys are happy with what we're doing and how we're getting there. So thank you. Hope that was quick enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, questions? I have a few I can start.
Sure.
Thank you, Ms. Delvecchio. We see a lot of activity here. Where do you think you've gotten the greatest return on investment, and how have you been able to measure that?
I think the greatest return is the community partnerships. And we measure that by the companies that are coming in, the leasing activity that we see, for sure.
Okay. Of the, what is it now, 13,000 jobs retained or created since we started this initiative?
Correct.
What percentage of those were expansions of existing employers?
Probably a lot of them. I can get you that number. We keep track of that.
All right, thank you. And then how much of that really relates to, I guess, how much did we retain of that subset? How much were we threatened with their going to another city where we had to step in and coordinate with the different groups or office landlords to keep them here?
I can get that for you.
Okay.
It's all in the same spreadsheet, sorry.
That's all right. You showed a slide where there was outreach to 5,000 financial services firms in the New York market.
Yes.
It's a very large number. Have you
is.
segmented? Have you focused on any particular market segments, like hedge funds of a certain size,
Yep.
or and where are we getting the results there?
Initially, we did just zip codes, and now we're doing a deeper dive with the 5,000 going into the flash drives that we'll be sending, and we're going into more of the financial services. There's a lot of banks in that, so we want like the hedge funds, the private equity firms that we'll target. So maybe only 50 to 100 to start, to give them our information.
So we haven't yet reached out to 5,000. You're planning on
We
sending?
did reach out to 5,000 with a mailer, but now we're going to go in through that list, because when you do those, you get access to a list. We really wanted the data, right? So we send out this information to get the list, and where that list went, and who received it, and that type of thing. And then we get the list, and we can target, you know, whether it be hedge funds, out of that list. We have a list of 5,000 contacts now.
Maybe I want to make sure I'm clear.
Yeah.
We engaged a third party to provide a list.
Correct.
As part of that, we sent some sort of physical mailer to them.
Correct.
But the part of the benefit of that is now we have 5,000 leads.
Yes, because
But-
no one's really moving a company off of a postcard, right?
Agreed.
Or a cold call, but it's really the data behind it that we try to get access to.
So since we've gotten that list, what follow-up have you had, and what's the plan in terms of more personal reaches,
Yep.
cold calls, phone
Yep.
calls, targeted marketing, et cetera?
Yep, we are, I used to cold call for decades at Smith Barney, and no one's moving a company off cold calling. So what we're gearing towards is taking that list, putting it into buckets of what they do, and having a message. So if it's hedge funds, you know, here are your partners, here's your competition is down here in Boca Raton or South Florida. If it's private equity, we're going to do it that way as well. So we have to scrub that list. It's a lot of information, obviously.
Okay.
And then we're going to send the jump drives, and we're going to send marketing materials.
Very well. And then
Yeah.
tracking, what are we able to do in tracking? I think it was another slide. Let me look for it.
Mhm.
It had the Yankees program in there,
Oh,
yankees.com.
yes,
Yes,
yes.
24.
Yes.
You know, we've got advertising flat, we've got advertising in publications,
Mhm.
on billboards,
Mhm.
on websites. What tracking are we doing of that, and how have we seen that we're able to see, you know, cultivate leads from that, or your constant contact emails?
Right. So we have QR codes on most of our marketing materials. The concern or the challenge with that is that if you pull up a QR code, we know you're coming from a certain area, whether it be New York or wherever you're pulling that QR code up, but we don't know who it is. But we have data on hits and the location. And we're working with communications now on Google Analytics. So our website, we have certain hits on our website. I think I told you it was about 4,000. Yeah, 4,000 hits on our website over the last 9 months. We know generally where they come from, but we don't know who. I don't know if we'll ever know who, obviously. But you want that activity to know that people they're typing in businessboca.com, which is like our landing page. So these are not hits that are coming through the main page. These are hits that are coming through, and that's what we use on our publications. When we put something out there, our email address is our landing page, businessboca.com. And there's really nothing on that page. It goes to the city's website. But we're able to capture the data of how many hits we get on that. They call them direct hits.
Right. And of the inbound calls that you've received, have you been able to identify or isolate where people are hearing from about us, and then pivot and target
Yeah.
your metrics accordingly?
Absolutely. So we hear from a lot of people in the Northeast. We ask them, how'd you get our name? How'd you get our number? I mean, we had a meeting recently. Someone just saw on a national level, they saw that we were presenting at SFOBA and NAIOP, and they didn't even know what Boca Raton was. So they wanted to put us on a national stage to speak to 3,500 site consultants, which is pretty impressive. But we asked where they saw that, and that was social media. So it's everywhere. You know, we hit social media. We have some print media, like you said.
One medium in particular that's useful? Because you have surprisingly, you have a very large following on Facebook, less so on Twitter, and I would have figured the reverse would be more
Yeah.
effective.
Same. Yeah, so a lot of our views are on Facebook, right? We have like you said, a large following on Facebook. And I don't know exactly why that is. I think because Facebook has a lot of business pages, you know? But I agree with you. I know when we were working through COVID on Twitter and building our Twitter following, it was more of the startups, and we have some of those. I think we have like 2,500 people on Twitter, but it's not as big as a robust. And for us, we do Instagram, but it's very hard for us to do Instagram because we have flyers and we have data, and it's not, you know, a video, but we still do it to be relevant.
Okay.
But yeah, Facebook would be probably the most important. I should also mention we launched LinkedIn, which is very important for businesses, obviously.
All right, great.
I know when we were with Innovative Solutions, he said he found us off of social media.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing. You don't know who's watching.
Yes.
I know we want to know who's watching, but it's very hard to see who's watching.
All right, thank you. Councilmembers,
Sure.
other questions? Mr. Wader.
Yeah, thank you. This is very informative. There was a couple slides there. You were talking that the population of workers increased to 139,000
Yes.
over the last several years. And do we know how many, 130 to 139,000, this is over 5 years, it increased to 139,000. Do we know how many of those workers live here?
No, but I know the majority of the workers that come into Boca, that work in Boca, do not live in Boca Raton. I did have a stat years ago. We were trying to capture that number through COVID for traffic counts to see how many people were off the road. I can get that information for you, absolutely. I just don't have it here. But I know I can get it because we've gotten it before. It's a large percentage.
I'd appreciate that. I think one of the things that I hear in the corporate world is that when companies are looking to move here, they're not just looking for the company to move here, they're looking for their people. Where are their people going to live? And so making sure that we have diverse sectors, not just we know we have a great corporate real estate sector, we know that, but make sure we have the housing to support, the workforce housing to support those companies that want to be here. I think it comes, part and parcel together. And so if we can analyze some of that data, I think that would be helpful, especially with all the initiatives and the Live Local Act and those things that are happening right now concurrently. And they're really happening concurrently, primarily in our office, in our corporate office district, right? So they're, in theory, or technically, they're happening in the right places, which is good. And so obviously, we just need to start, really just capturing that and realizing, capitalizing on that. And so I think it's going to happen more as some of these initiatives come to fruition. But I think that would be super helpful, is to find out where that is. And then also, obviously, I agree, the LinkedIn, in terms of business and corporate, is LinkedIn. Some of us with teenage children, and I go on Facebook, and so, you're old because you're on Facebook. They're only on Instagram. They're only on
TikTok,
whatever, the other, the thing I don't even know about, but, that kind of thing. So in terms of, trying to attract young techie or young corporations, we also need to start adapting to the companies that we're trying to attract.
Totally.
And so, I love, catching up with everybody on Facebook, but we might be actually not syncing with the companies that we're trying to attract.
I agree with you on those 2 points. I didn't mean to cut you off. But the Facebook is more of a community, like to keep the community up on what we're doing, right? To let the neighbors know, we did this today or that today, because everyone wants to know what's going on in their city. They love to have access to what we're all doing, because those are good citizens. And when it comes to, you mentioned having the housing, I went through it rather quickly, but it is important for us to have the housing. That's a major concern for people that are coming in. Luckily, a lot of them are from the Northeast, so they still think it's cheaper here. There's still that, there's still that mentality, like I'm saving so much on my corporate space and my taxes. But another thing is is education. I didn't go into it because I wanted to kind of get through it, but putting these companies in touch with the universities and things like that, making sure that the curriculum, we're working with the Associate Dean at Lee University to make sure that the curriculum meets the workforce that's coming. That meets the companies that are coming. So our workforce is prepared. If we have a cybersecurity company coming to Boca Raton, we want the students that are here or the people that are graduating, alumni, to have that education. So we do a lot of the work behind the scenes, like a lot of the stuff we do day to day, you're not going to see on social media. But that's so important work. The housing and the education piece are what we hear the most about from the companies.
I appreciate that, and if you think about that missing middle, right, we have FAU, Lynn, Palm Beach State College, where they're graduating, but we want to be able to give them that opportunity that they can not only graduate from these great places, but that they can afford to stay here after, and you're going to get a great job after. So it's really a full court press, on something like this. You need multiple prongs at the same time. So I appreciate that. That you're looking into it. Last question, in terms of the site selection, in my corporate real estate world, that's a huge thing. I think the other thing is, it's a laggard, right? It's like all these things, again, these big companies, they're not moving tomorrow, right? They're moving 6 months from now, a year from now, 2, 3, 5 years from now. So in terms of actually, really analyzing the fruits of your labor, of the economic department's labor, I do think there's a big laggard there, is that we're really, what you're really seeing is kind of just the fruits of the initial concepts, not what, it's going to take some time for this to go, but, it's a snowball. Right, and that's the idea. The snowball's building, and things are happening in the right way. So I appreciate all these things, and the data is super helpful. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, please, anything you want to share, I'm happy to look at it. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just say, like you said, using innovative solutions. I use them throughout because of the most recent company we've all worked with, right? But we've had dozens like that. But we worked with them for 7 months before they even looked at the space. They were kind of putting a toe in the water. They were in town. They came out of Rochester, New York, just for quick. I know I don't want to be too long, but we met with them at least half a dozen times, different executives from different departments, because they all have to see it. I mean, if you imagine moving your family of 4 to a new state and a new city, it's very hard. Now multiply that by like 100 employees. Like, you want your executive team to be happy. So we do intros in the school system, we do tours of the schools, we do housing, we do a lot more than just the business, but you're absolutely right about it being a lagging indicator. I put this up here for significant leasing activity. If you see, it's 2022, but we started working with a lot of those companies in 2020 in the midst of COVID, when they wanted to get out of where they were with the restrictions, but it takes that long to show. And I only mention West Palm Beach because they have 600,000 Class A coming out of the ground, and we're going to see that get absorbed. Thank you.
Any further questions? Sorry, one last one. You
Sure.
mentioned CareerSource was our was our strongest partnership. What sectors has it been helpful in, and how has the REACH program been particularly applicable?
Okay, so the REACH would be, I'm just going to get that slide so everyone can see where we are. Excuse me, guys. Okay, so the REACH program is, for everyone that's not familiar, is when a company, not everyone's growing, so companies are downsizing. And sometimes downsizing, although on paper might not look good, it's good because it means they acquired another company and they don't need 2 HR directors, or there's M&A action happening, so they're merging with another business. But the REACH program, we've used this before, where people are downsizing their companies, and we want to make sure that these people that are not going to be working at company A can go work in other companies within Boca Raton, hopefully, or at least the region. We want everyone employed, right? So we bring in CareerSource. They give programming. They let them know what type of jobs are out there that fit individual. It's very individualized. I mean, this service is great. Again, state funded. They really do great programs. And then they help those executives, let's say 15, 20 people are getting laid off. They help them find new jobs. All no cost to them. Make sure that their resumes are polished. A lot of times executives don't have a resume or a LinkedIn. You start your company and you're not focusing on your social media presence, so they help with that. And from the OTJ grants, very important, on-the-job training grants, you have someone who knows job A very well. Let's say 10 people are in this office, this particular field, and they want to go into this field in the same company. CareerSource will pay that company for the on-the-job training grants, and it's thousands of dollars per employee, so very valuable for a company. And it's great because who doesn't want to feel like they're getting promoted within, and it's great for morale, but it's also great for the company. It keeps people engaged and then has a whole new set of new jobs that they can hire for new ideas and fresh, innovative ideas. So really great programs come out of CareerSource, and I do work mostly with them, but we do work with everyone on that screen. I shouldn't call them out like that, but they're really a great resource.
Great, thank you.
And
Anything further?
finance would be the biggest assistance that
Very good. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, and now,
Okay, thank
Mr.
you.
Brown will turn to the city attorney executive search update.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. Just very briefly, as you know, you all have completed individual interviews with the consultant that we've engaged to assist us with the recruitment. The job announcement is scheduled to go out on September 3rd, and we expect to have a report of recommended candidates by October 7th. We are working on the schedule thereafter. That's the update for today.
All right, thank you. I actually have a question for you that I discussed with Mr. Deneen and with you. Apparently, at some point, some draft or never adopted job description had been provided to the consultant. I agree. You and I discussed this, Mr. Brown, and you said, rightfully so, that our Code of Ordinances calls out 9 specific duties of the city attorney. Is it the intention that the job description, that our posting focus on what's in our actually adopted ordinance?
That
as
is
opposed to
correct.
that?
Yes.
As opposed to the job description?
The job description was to inform Mr. Deneen of some of the things that have, some of the activities that have been undertaken by city attorneys in the past. It was never officially adopted, and it's not an official job description of the city. The Code of Ordinances is the official job description.
Good. I mentioned that because that had some things that I don't think the city attorney's been doing, because it was, again, drafted in 2003, but don't know where it went. But it also had I think it had 7 years of bar experience, 3 years of municipal experience, and I think a city of our stature would have more. We already have people with a lot more in-house.
Already in-house, yes, that's correct. And as I said at the time, I am not aware of where that document came from. It was just something that's in our records.
Just want to confirm it's not going out that way. All right, thank you. Any further points? All right, thank you. Then we'll turn to city attorney reports. Mr. Kaler.
I have no report.
Thank you. Councilmember reports. I'll start on my right with Deputy Mayor Drucker.
All right. Well, we're going to, a couple things. I'm going to put some slides, but a very brief slide. We, all of us up here, except for the Assistant Deputy City Attorney, Tenant Floor League of Cities. I sat at a breakfast for Gold Coast on the last day of the presentation, and they did a really, really nice job in presenting the Live Local Act. And there was a recap of what's to come this year for what they're calling the glitch bill to the Live Local Act. So it's back, surprise. So I'm gonna put that together. I have the PowerPoint in not real handy, but in a flyer, so I have to kind of pull it from there. But one of the things that I wanted to say to the council members, because I was the one in attendance, was they did a really nice job. They gave Boca Raton and staff and council a really nice shout out at that breakfast. And unfortunately, you guys were not there, but of how proactive we were as a city, how hard we've worked on these ordinances that are out there, and that other cities should reach out to not only us as electeds, but also to our staff and our city attorney's office, because we're a trailblazer on trying to put some parameters in place and working with the development community so that we could do this as a partnership. Some cities, as we know, they're in litigation. There's just a lot of things that are not working well. And I thought I wanted to take that opportunity to put that out there. And then some of the things that they think will come back this year is some questions around coastal lands and development, some of the older buildings or land that's still there. So that's some of the things that highlight that are coming up, and then a few other things that they need to correct. So I'll try to put that together for sure. I'll try to do it for the next meeting. I also I sit on advocacy, and they kind of went over some of what's to come for the future legislative session. As you know, they're getting ready to go back to Tallahassee, some of the lawmakers, in about a few weeks, actually in about a week or two, they'll start having some movement up there. We know property insurance is going to be addressed. It's about time, so that's something that's coming down, and we'll keep an eye on that. They had a little bit brief discussion on short-term rentals, which I know the mayor wrote an op-ed piece, but also that might be coming back. They talked about Form 6 coming back. As you know, that was appealed. So there's still things that, and I wanted to put that out there today, there's still things that we talked about last year or this year in legislative session that are going to come back. So we need to just be cognizant of that. We need to keep, looking at that. And as we gear up for legislative session, that's out there. So I'll try to put something out there. We had a lot of speakers. We had a lot of information coming at us. But we have great pictures, et cetera, but I'll try to put something together for the next meeting. Second thing I wanted to come back to, and I hopefully not take the thunder away from Ms. Knockles, Danberg. I shared my feelings about this with city manager. I thought the fee that's been proposed is too low. I thought the timing that's being allotted to this issue with Danberg is too long. And I didn't really get a good answer, and I think it's because this is going before the magistrate. But last month, we kind of put a business out by some of the fees that we charge and we reduced. So I need a better explanation as to why are these folks getting away with $9,100. That is not a substantial fee for violating the code. So I didn't get that answer, so hopefully I could get that answer. The other thing that I had here was, let me see, what was the other thing I put here? Sorry, my apologies. Yeah, the completion dates. Again, I know we want to have a timeline, we want to have it done, but what's going to happen when some of us won't be on the council after 2027, and they come back and we're going to really assess them $1,000 per day? Are we going to reduce that? So to me, that fine should be higher to send a message that they need to comply with the code, just like we do for other establishments. They shouldn't get any other type of treatment. So that's just my 2 cents on that. And then in terms of the timing, they've had a lot of time to get this done. So again, I'm not sure if we're going to give the feedback to the special magistrate, but I'm really not interested in this $9,100, and I think 2 years is a really long time in order for them to complete. So that, one more thing. I want to say congratulations to all the kids that are going back to college. I want to give my daughter, whose first day of college was today, I love you and I missed you, and she said she was going to be watching today, and I hope you had a really good day.
Nice, thank you. I'll go to Mr. Thompson now, because I know that I want to be mindful of certain obligations.
No report, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nackles.
Thank you. So I have 2 quick things. One is to comment on what Ms. Drucker was just commenting on, but this is the first and easy and more fun thing. So just looking forward, in March, it's Florida Bicycle Month, and I would like the city of Boca Raton to hold a bike rodeo for kids. Looks like it's not too hard. There's lots of templates out there. Municipal Services is excited about doing something like that, and why would we do it? It's the first step to teaching kids how much fun biking can be while learning the rules of the road. There are lots of partnerships that are available to us, whether it's with bike shops or businesses, with the Greater Beach Park District, with the school district, all different things. And it's pretty simple. You set up some cones, you set out some chalk. We have several places where we can do this, whether it's at DeHornley Park, City Hall, the new municipal, the mall, the new municipal building, even here, to set up a cycling skills clinic, an agility course, giveaways and finishers certificates. And just like we do the Drop Savers poster contest, I thought it would be fun to do a spokes and safety or pedal power contest, same kind of thing. It aligns with a couple of our strategic priorities, and I brought this up at strategic planning. It's several months away. I just wanted to make sure everyone was okay with doing something like this. I was thinking kindergarten through 6th grade to start out, something like this. So I just wanted to bring that up. I hope everybody would be amenable to this.
Happy to have staff look at it and figure out logistics, given everything else.
We discussed it with staff this morning, and people were looking into how to pull it all together.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so thank you. So the next thing is going back to what Ms. Drucker was talking about, and I too was not thrilled about getting this information last week. And in discussions with the city attorney's office, I asked, why doesn't it come back to us for another look or some comments? And I was told that that's just not the way we do things. That's not our process. So I wanted to introduce a concept. I'm just going to read what I have here, that most code enforcement cases are easy ones. Grass is too high. The fence is in need of repair. The City Council, CRA don't need to weigh in, but there are some situations like this one, the whole parcel at 6700 Congress Avenue, where there was a development order approved by City Council subject to certain conditions, and the conditions were not complied with. So is there any support for a new ordinance to allow for a special procedure that if a development order or an IDA with conditions for approval imposed by the City Council or CRA are not complied with, and the applicant is found in violation, then the magistrate's order becomes a recommendation to City Council, and the City Council or the CRA becomes a decision maker. It doesn't happen very often, as Mr. Kaler and I talked about, but in instances like this, instead of us finding out about it at the 11th hour, then maybe we would have an opportunity to weigh in on the fine being too low or the timing being too long. And I agree with Deputy Mayor Drucker. 2 weeks ago, we imposed fines that business owner may not recover from, and we gave them 45 days to pay it. And to give years to this when it should have been complied with back in 2015 just does not seem right. And again, I don't think we have a vehicle. Mr. Kaler can opine more on it, but I don't think we have a vehicle for it to come back to us to make comments. So, respectfully, if I can ask Mr. Kaler if he can.
Please, Mr. Kaler.
That's correct. Under the current code and statute 162, those decisions of the magistrate are the final decision that are appealable to the circuit court.
And while I understand we are streamlining, we've been concentrating on streamlining, this isn't something, hopefully, that's going to come up very often. Most of the code compliance cases are, very easy for the special magistrate to take care of, and we don't need to comment. But on something like this, that it's been years and there is inconsistent messaging to other people getting code compliance fines, and what's happened here. And I'm not going to use the word fair, but we spend so much time, and we heard about this a lot during negotiations with BRIC and when we wrote our 10% live local ordinance. We spend so much time to make sure that what's happened with that particular development would not happen again going forward. And I just think that it would make sense if we had a way for it to come back to us to make some comments and recommendations.
Mr. Wigder.
I think when people want to do business in the city, I think it reflects positively when they have certainty, when they know even if they're renovating a bathroom or a kitchen or they're building a building, that they have a certainty of what they know what the rules are. And based on my colleagues' previous comments and something I've been thinking about also, this is one of those instances where it feels that it doesn't, where it feels that it is that the application of the rules, however they are not being consistent. And so, not only do I favor that there's has to be some sort of policy created, whether it's an ordinance or whatever. Maybe there has to be a threshold if it's a certain size construction, if it's a certain amount of violation or something, right? So for the little, and I think that was, let's say perhaps that might be the traditional understanding, right? Is that if it's something, okay, they didn't get the permit for, a couple weeks or something, there would be a fine, it would be a range. Okay, but now the range is from $0 to $87,000, right? And so the fact that a magistrate can arbitrarily choose what this number is going to be based on just recommendations, to me, it seems that there's something missing, right? The missing is that the person coming in doing business, if it's a small business, it's a pizza store or something, whatever, is that they should have as much certainty as someone who has access to all these lawyers and all of these resources and whatnot. And in this particular instance, I feel that it's not happening. I don't support, if the staff is recommending, Mr. Brown is recommending, I don't support the staff in this recommendation. I think it's wrong. And listen, these big applications, it's many, many years. It's a multi-site development, okay? They're entitled to talk to us anytime. Anybody in the city is entitled to talk to us anytime if they support something, amend something, but that doesn't just toll the fact, right? So it's 6 months to talk to me, and 6 months to talk to you, and 6 months to talk to you. You know, that doesn't just toll what's happening, okay? It was an original obligation, right, that it's going to be a mixed-use development, okay? And the idea is, and now it's taken year after year after year, and of course, COVID was a reasonable delay, but now we're beyond those terms. So I think the time period is inadequate. I think the application or the recommendation by staff of such a low fine, given those considerations and the considerations to other the person had 2 units, and there was a discussion for us to reduce it by like 20 grand, like it was the end of the earth, you know? So I was really surprised, is what it was. And I think, we said this before, I don't like to be surprised. We don't like to be surprised. People doing business in the city do not want to be surprised that people are being treated differently. So I do think there needs to be even more than just a one-off ordinance. I think we need to have a relooking, you know, I'd like to see the city attorney's office look into the whole violation, fine, ordinance scheme of how people are being treated on these violations. And maybe it's time that we look at this. Maybe it's just been a little too long. It's time that we look at this. And like you said, finally, like you said, we spent so much time on BRIC, on LURP, on the Live Local Act, on the sequencing of phasing, on what we have to do to make sure someone finishes something because of this one application. And of course, you know, there's other things happening in the city where they're still unfinished. So, you know, it begs the question is that, well, if that's what happens, then what did we do? You know, what are all these other things for? So again, it seems to me that the process is not working here and needs to be reevaluated. Thank you.
Further responses to what Ms. Naklis laid? Ms. Drucker?
And I think the other question that I wasn't able to be answered, because I was privy to this information Friday morning, was how do we get to this number? Where do we pick this number from? So to me, I know that they're going to be in front of the magistrate, I think it's September 11th. I think we have time to rectify this, to come up with a number that is not insulting to the rest of the people that have had to pay fines in the past, and that, truthfully, we got it wrong. Staff got this one wrong. 9,100, it just seems like a very random number. So unless, you know, and I know we can't say much, but I just kind of wanted to go on the record with that. I thought the fine should be $50,000. You've been in violation for several years, and at one point, I believe they weren't even responding to us. So again, we want to do business with you, but you have to be wanting to do business with us and follow our rules as well. So, Mr. Brown, whatever you can do to take that back or to answer my question, you know, that would make me feel a little bit better about how we've handled this entire process.
Mr. Brown?
I don't have the details on the $9,100, but it was formulaic. I will get you the information.
Thank you. All right, and then to answer your question, I think at least 3 of us now have given a policy direction in terms of relooking at what might have been discussed, and there is time to review that, so I'll leave that aside. To answer Ms. Naklis's bigger question, and also to respond to what Mr. Wigder said, I'll just say this: tough facts, what is it, tough facts make bad law, or can make bad law, hard facts make bad law. We have some hard facts in this. This is kind of a very unique situation. It also was complicated by a letter by a former Development Services Director that the applicant relied on, or said it relied on, and creates a little bit of a gray area. Having said that, I'm trying to say we just addressed this particular concern. How we extrapolate from here, I'd like to think about between now and tomorrow, in part because on the one hand, we were talking about not having the City Council be the primary reviewer of these things. So that's one concern, which I think has some merit. When we started doing these code matters, this is the 1960s, there wasn't a lot going on. This was more fences and grass and stuff. On the second point was Mr. Wigder's about certainty. Perhaps we might give the magistrates who, when we delegate more authority to them, more certainty within a frame of reference of what they do. And that's probably a policy discussion for a bigger day. And then that would tie to your third point, Ms. Naklis, which is, you know, special cases. Maybe if you're delegating authority to certain things, if the fine gets of a certain amount, then only then, and only then does it come back before the City Council. I've not seen a situation like this one in 10 years. I don't know if this particular situation's ever happened where you had fines imposed, a magistrate direct the parties to come back and negotiate. I don't recall that. We can get more facts on that, but I think, let me evaluate it more. You threw out an interesting idea, but I think we've got 3 competing proposals. We've addressed this concern here. Staff is now, aware of what the majority of council would like to see from a policy directive here. We can figure out going forward.
That sounds fine. I just wanted to throw out the bigger picture concept and see what you all thought about it. But I definitely agree with Deputy Mayor Drucker that this should be rectified. And if we can fix this before September 11th, I would say stick with the original $87,000 fine. So we'll talk about it more.
All right, very well. And I will save the rest of my report for tomorrow evening. So if there's no further business to come before the City Council, we are adjourned at 5:29. Thank you.